love between all the members of that particular team, and it's going to be an interesting one. They certainly start off in good shape. You can see the friendship there between Mute and Koboli, both very unique characters, very unique styles of play, and you can see that in the little handshake, little nod of respect. Sorry, the doubles player and Paolini, they'll be hoping Paolini will certainly hurt. Hoping the pressure's off if she steps up, but she has played such beautiful tennis in the last 12 months. I don't think anything is too daunting for Paolini at the moment at 28 years of age. 6 career titles for Ugo Humbert. Some of those coming with a roof over his head. It was like it quick. It was quick in Marseille. It was relatively quick outside in Dubai in terms of 3 points he was getting. Metz indoors back in 2023. He was outdoors on the green grass of Halle in 21, picking up the silverware and a couple of titles in Auckland and Antwerp in 2020. Through the sort of surface speeds at most of those tournaments, bar Metz, they were all relatively quick, which it is here in Sydney. So that will be the challenge for Koboli today, is to return the lefty serve. He hasn't been daunted by too much.
Flavio, say hello to Engis, our guest. How are you? Good? Okay, gentlemen. Couple of reminders, like always: net sensor, TV changeovers, ELC live, including foot faults, and the shot clock. Keep an eye on it. It starts automatically. You can see that it's there and the corners. Okay? Any question about anything? No? Angus, can you ask? We'll go for AO or John? Okay, AO. Up in the air. Good flip. AO, please. Serve. Yeah, he said this time, so nice pictures together. Okay, and now come here. This is a gift for you. Thank you, well done, good job. Very good job.
Such a good job of rising through the rankings, Koboli, throughout the last 12 months, from 100 in the world to sitting right at 32 right now, career high of 30, but you know, important to just put a few points on the board ahead of Melbourne to keep himself potentially seeded for that tournament. Finalist in Washington, going through against Ben Shelton in the semis there before coming up short against Sebastian Corda, who's still recovering from elbow surgery at the moment. Wish him well. That was his highlight in terms of going deep in a tournament in 2024. He's been a man that's been around the fringes, of course. Practice with Alcaraz at the back end of 2023. Got a taste of the big time and that sort of tennis with Carlos, who he's good friends with. And that has certainly helped him feel as though he should be in amongst it, amongst the best, which the man from Florence, we'll let you know he's from Florence if you look at the many tattoos that are on his body that he enjoys. He's certainly, as I say, somebody that is full of confidence, but is one of those nice charismatic players that is going to be a joy to watch over the next decade or so. Quick win against Stricker in the opening round, 6-3, 7-6. Yet to be a top 10 at Koboli, and I know that Jim Courier, who's been making his way over from the studio to the commentary box, feels as though it's only a matter of time before Ugo Humbert, 26 years of age, career high of 13, sitting just one spot behind there, potentially breaks that nice little number. Jim, welcome, good morning.
Good morning, Petch. Always a pleasure to be alongside you. Todd Woodbridge courtside, that's going to be fun to have Todd involved also. Talk a little tennis here, but when you look at Humbert, at 14, he's not far. He just made the finals of the Paris Indoor, so he put a lot of points on the board in November, so that gives him runway to get into the top 10.
Barely had any tour wins, Koboli, coming into this particular season, but he has put that to bed. Over 30 match wins on the tour, and it'll be fascinating to see just how effective he can be with what we know is going to be a pretty changeable position from Humbert on serve.
2 minutes.
That is going to be super interesting to see where players opt to return from. Do you cut the angle off? Do you stand on top of the baseline? Do you stand well left of the doubles line? There's lots of options, and it's going to be dependent on your reach, right? Cavalli at 6 feet tall, not the same wingspan as some of the other big guys in men's tennis, so he's going to have some tough questions that will be asked.
Hugo, who had been inside the world's top 30 just after COVID, ended up just hitting a monster slump, dropping outside the world's top 150 before regaining his ranking quite spectacularly. Not quite as spectacularly as Paolini, but spectacularly in terms of the way that he managed to get himself back to where he is currently. Very streaky player, can be. And a man that knows Hugo particularly well, that's guiding the French team, is Fabrice Martin. Welcome, good morning, and well, you know what you've got to do today. You've got to be perfect. You've got to win all 3 matches.
30 seconds.
Hello guys. Yeah, it's gonna be a good day today, hopefully for us. We have no choice to win all matches, so we're looking to this, and we're really gonna go for it.
And Fabrice, Jim Courier here. What are going to be the keys to this match against Cavalli for Hugo?
Well, Hugo is always really aggressive. I think his serve is going to be the key to stay on top of his serve and really show that he's going to put his rhythm and really stay aggressive, because yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. Yeah.
And after he made the finals in Bercy, is that upped his profile dramatically in France? He's much more known in France now?
Yeah, I mean, he's always had a good... he always loves to play in France, and he's always great playing Davis Cup, so people really enjoy watching Hugo in France, so that was amazing to be in the finals in Paris.
Fabrice, can I just ask you quickly, I know you're joining Hugo's team. Is Shadi going to be still a part of it?
Yeah, so I joined the team. Jeremy will do some weeks as well. We're going to be sometimes both of us, sometimes just me, sometimes just Jeremy. So yeah, we're just going to share all the schedule.
Well, we look forward to that, and we wish you all the best as we head towards the new year, and we wish you all the best for this one as well. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
First set.
Yep, as Jim said, beautiful run at the Paris Masters indoors. Lost to Zverev in the final there. Lost to his fellow Frenchman Artifice in Tokyo. He's been in good nick, has Hugo Humbert. He's going to need to be as we kick off proceedings here in Sydney.
First service. At 15 now.
Very different type of lefty serve that's coming at Cavalli today compared to Dominic Stricker's.
Let first service.
Hugo Humbert has a fantastic record against players in the top 10 over the course of his career, winning 13 and losing 17, which, when you're not ranked inside the top 10 anywhere near 500, is remarkably good. Why? Because he has weapons. That's why. Those guys don't beat themselves often. You've got to take it to them, and he has that slap shot ability.
One of the greatest volleys in the game. Probably didn't enjoy that one courtside. I'm wondering. Morning, Todd.
Good morning, everybody. Forehand volley was very nice, but I'm not sure what happened with the next one. It was the charge. He got a little bit caught, but I do like the aggression already from both of the players. You've talked about the slapstick slap shots of Ugo. Well, Caboli's equally as good when he gets time on the ball. This is going to be an entertaining match.
Already the cat and mouse on the serve and return happening. You see how wide the Italian went. Surfaces make a difference, not just the fact there's a roof over the top. Rotterdam, which in the last few years has become the slowest indoor tournament alongside Stockholm since about 2019. He hasn't won a match in Rotterdam, Ugo Humbert. Considering how well he's played indoors in the past, that just gives you an idea of how conditions matter.
In Team France.
Well, enjoy these conditions here in Sydney, and he's up and running. Todd, do you like playing left-handers?
Well, I didn't mind it because I practiced with one nearly every day of my career with Mark Woodford, so I was used to that. But when you talk about conditions, this court throughout this week, Petch has been playing rather quickly. It's been I really enjoyed this pace. I thought it's given us a little more contrast. It's allowed people to come forward, be a little bit more aggressive, and when we're in here today, it's going to get quite sticky. It is a very humid feel underneath this roof here today. It's an open arena just at the top. Not a lot of breeze gets in here, but once you start to fill it with people, it gets rather sticky indeed. So we'll see how they handle that. We do know that in the first couple of days that the players that were out here struggled just somewhat, getting used to the conditions, acclimatizing to a new environment. These guys should be okay by now, though.
Flavio, ready to serve for Team Italy.
Jim, how would you play Ugo Humbert?
Well, he loves his forehand. And when people tend to love their forehand, and I was one of them, you actually need to attack that wing to open up the shot they don't like as much, which is their backhand. So I think one of the things that's really important is when you're playing a lefty and who has a good forehand like Caboli is today, don't fall in the trap of just trying to get it into their backhand corner and play to lefty patterns. You actually want to force your way into some righty patterns where you're attacking the backhand wing of a righty, which is the lefty. So that's once you're in the rally. The biggest challenge, I think, for Flavio is figuring out the return of serve. But once you get going in the ground stroke department, Humbert loves to be in charge. So how do you prevent that? And I think a lot of that is going to be determined by the direction of the couple first shots that Caboli gets in the rally. And look at the firepower on that forehand. That was lethal.
14-15.
One thing you also have to remember when you play Humbert is his game rides the elevator up and down. He has immense peaks, but he can have some big valleys as well. He's not a consistent output guy on the court. I guess in a way, Todd, it sort of mirrors his artistry off the court. He likes the piano. He's a very talented guy, but the talented people usually don't make the trains run on time.
No, this is true. They're a little erratic, aren't they? But that's the brilliance in them. And when you see returns like that there, it makes them difficult to play against, though, because they don't give you any rhythm at the other end of the court. You're never quite sure what's coming your way.
To the fact that we must have a lot of talented train drivers in the UK. It is Caboli that levels things up at one apiece.
It's not the drivers, it's the people who make the schedules. Look, it's awfully easy for French tennis fans and tennis fans in general to draw a line of comparison from Hugo Humbert, who's about to serve here at 1-all, to some of the other great left-handed players in recent times, relatively, for French men's tennis. That's Guy Forget and Henri Leconte. Humbert's been asked about that. He said he's really kind of a combination of the two. You see that, Todd?
Yeah, I'm shaking, nodding my head in agreement. So do I, because I know both of them well, played against both of them. And Henri, you know, you weren't quite sure what shot was going to come from him because he didn't know. And that's the sort of point that Henri could play, just freewheeling it and magical. And then you'd have Guy, who was a lot more disciplined, but with a fantastic serve. I think it would be fair to say that Guy had the better serve between those two, and it matches more of what Hugo has here.
Oh my goodness, that is just glorious, isn't it? That is in the tradition of great French tennis players.
49.
Just lacerated the defenses of Caboli. Must have thought that was a fairly good neutral ball, the Italian.
I was just watching Caboli watch the replay of that on one of the big screens here, and he just shook his head afterwards to say, did that guy really just do that?
Oh, that is so good. World-class entertainment in the opening 3 games between these two wonderful players and teams. It's 2-1 to France.
Team France. It's 2 games to 1.
I'm just thinking of Forget and Leconte, guys. We played them in Davis Cup down in Beirut. It's one of my great regrets. Yannick Noah obviously was the captain at the time, obviously one of the most charismatic, greatest guys. We were down 3-0, obviously. I choked away a set in a break up against Guy. Anyway, they went out for a big party, and I was pretty young, and I thought, I'm not going to go. I'm in a, we've got Beirut, it's 8,000 people coming.
You got invited to a party that Yannick Noah was at, and you said no?
Yep. This is, as I say, great regret.
This is a great regret.
I did stay in. Everyone else went out, and apparently everyone obviously told me the next morning how awesome it was. And I got duffed up by Leconte, who I think got in at 5:30, and I'm not sure if he wasn't still sipping champagne at breakfast, and I lost 1 and 2.
Not surprising. I'm just disappointed that you didn't go out with us.
Attitude parfait, état d'esprit à chaque fois. Chaque frappe, mec.
Well, there's not a lot to say, to be honest, Jim, after the opening 3 games. Humbert is feeling it off the ground beautifully.
Yeah, at this stage, if you're Team Italy, you're quite happy that you're on serve, because Humbert has, as you quite eloquently put it, lacerated a few shots. Very few players can match, and certainly no one's going to catch up to them. And the question is sustainability. Can he keep up this good tempo that he's in right now? What can Caboli do to disrupt him?
Not always easy to jump back in the lane, is it? When you've jumped out of it the way that he did back in 22. Picked up just 9 tour wins. Next season managed to get back up to 33. You lose that confidence, particularly with the way, as you've said, he's streaky. It's not always easy to come back, but he's done it beautifully. And we've seen glimpses of it already in the opening 15 minutes. Yeah, perhaps a little bit like Hubi Hurkacz last night. This is still the area of his game against the very best that he's going to need to work out. Is it quality or quantity of returns? Obviously, you'd like both. Because when he gets the ball back into play, and he has the ability to torque it like that on the second shot, it's impressive.
Well, what's the commonality between the best returners in men's tennis these days? What is the one essential common theme that you see from them? They all go straight through the middle deep. They replicate what Djokovic has shown is the most successful pattern of play if you can back it up. Now, if you don't have the ground strokes to back it up once you're in rally, then you have to be more of a risk taker. But when you have all the weapons that someone like Humbert has, you don't want to be taking your chances on a serve that's going to be traveling significantly faster than almost any ground stroke you see in a rally. That's just bad.
Team Italy.
Couple of games apiece. Todd's made his way into Team Italy.
I have. I've got Sarah Rani with me, and Sarah, as the older statesman of the team now, who's achieved so much, what's it like to be around these young guys like Jasmine and Flavio and seeing the dynamic play that they bring?
It's amazing for me. They have so good energy, so we're having so much fun, and I'm enjoying watching them play. They have amazing level, so it's nice to see them on court.
Enjoyed watching your amazing levels. We'll let this point play out. Congratulations. The Golden Slam in women's doubles is quite extraordinary. The Olympics in 2024, what was that like for you to achieve all 4 majors and the gold?
Well, for me, the Olympics has always been my biggest dreamer, so I'm so happy about that. Was a dream of my life, so to win that medal was unbelievable, and of course it has been last year for me the amazing year, and we hope to continue to enjoy more this year.
Yeah, well, you've done the Billie Jean King Cup, and the United Cup would be good to take home, wouldn't it?
We will try, and it's a really nice event to start the year. I'm enjoying also watching the other matches. I'm enjoying so much watching mixed doubles. They are so much fun, so we hope to do a great event.
Well, you started in the mixed doubles in the opening match, and we look forward to seeing you back on court a little later today. Well done.
Thank you. We will see. Thank you.
Career Golden Slam recognises career Golden Slam.
It's a small club.
It is a small club.
15-30.
There continues to use the big club in his hand to threaten Cabole. This time he's at 15-30. Excuse me, flip that around. Cabole dropping the hammer. Can he drop the wide serve here, Humbert? It's just almost unplayable.
Do you have to guess? When you say it's unplayable, is that the moment as a returner that you do have to guess? And just hope you get it right?
I think so. It's going to be impossible if you're leaning to the forehand to cover the corner on the backhand if you're a right-hander. You have to, I would think initially at least start covering the backhand, because the forehand serve coming through the middle of the court will be tailing into you. It'll be easier for you to get to it and reach it with your long. You're not going to touch that one. That was right on the tee. You got lots of problems if you're playing Humbert in this form, that's for sure.
No question about it. Served his way out of trouble beautifully. 3-2.
Allez, laisse bien passer les fois au service, hein, avec Niakla au service. Allez, au retour, tu vas trouver ta distance. T'es pas loin là, à chaque fois là, t'as loupé 2-3. C'est bien.
Well, he's going to have to
continue dans cette état.
be patient today. He's going to have to just accept the fact that he's going to give himself some sort of little opportunities like that, but he's going to do nothing wrong, and they're going to be taken out of his hands. the sense already from the silence from both benches that everybody recognises that both players are playing about as well as they can. There isn't anything to say. Broke into the world's top 100 in October 2018. Did go about 9 months later. He was inside the world's top 50. Then took him a long burn to get inside the world's top 20. That happened in November of 2023 for him. It's been a quicker rise up the rankings for Kaboli. Got himself obviously inside the world's top 20, but that little time he spent at Next Gen back in Italy, in Milan, alongside the likes of Alcaraz, just gave him that confidence that he belonged, and he's shown it very swiftly. Just to give you an idea of Ugo's kind of electrifying tennis in his ability to play. When you look at his points tally for this season, which is just over 2,750 points, more than 50% of the points have come in just 3 events: that Paris indoors run, Dubai and Tokyo.
14 down.
When you move forward, Jim, as much as Humbert does on the return, you've got to time that split step perfectly, haven't you? Because a lot of weight going forward. To dive left or right as a goalkeeper isn't easy.
That's right. He doesn't have to cover the same width of court that he is asking of Kaboli, but yeah, he does have to be on balance and ready to go. Comfortable hold for Kaboli. Now comes the uncomfortable part, returning serve. And let's take a dive into bolt 6 and see exactly what he's been doing in the virtual world. Where is he making contact with the returns? Look at the width on the left of screen that we've just been talking about, those yellow dots on first serves. He's so far off the court, Petch. How in the world do you ever get back into play if you don't hit a booming return? You're toast.
In some ways, maybe that makes things easier if he can get his racket on the ball on the outside, that he's just got to fire it through the middle of the court, as you've been saying.
That's another clean, ice-cold winner from a red-hot player. Like the one thing that you could do potentially, if you could pull it off, that might change Humbert's mind about standing so far wide, is hit a winner down the line off the return. Because, you know, while you're giving up a lot of position from a return standpoint, he's giving up a lot of position where he's starting his serve too. If you can redirect, easier said than done, maybe you can convince him not to do it. But I mean, how do you do that off of a over 160K serve that's spinning away from you? That's low probability.
He looked to try and do it actually there with the forehand.
And did you hear it hit the court? Because it didn't. It hit the wall. Teddy, what was that all about, Todd?
Well, I think it was chasing him, the ball. He was trying to give himself room, and it just kept coming at him. That's the problem with that lefty swinger to that side. You've got to get out early. You've got to commit.
All right, so we all agree that this is an awesome tactic from Humbert. I've only seen one other player actually utilize this tactic, and it was Medvedev in the deuce court as a righty. So why don't more players use this width for a slice serve? Are we seeing the dawning of a new tactic, the way that we've seen players move deeper and deeper on return, led by Nadal and then Medvedev? Is this a new door opening in tennis?
Well, this is an adjustment to that, that's for sure. You know, there's always that contrasting change, isn't there? From if you have a guy who's winning and he's a chip charger, then the passing shots become better, and it's an evolution. But there's a confusion for Kaboli.
Yeah, it's a good discussion point, which no doubt we will continue. Humbert continues his fine form on serve, 4-3.
Belle, super jeu, man.
I was actually going to ask you the other day when we were talking about Humbert and the fact that he was foot-forwarding, how wide he was. Why don't players use the baseline more, especially as a lot? You couldn't really do it if you were serving and volleying from there because you'd be giving up too much ground.
I mean, why don't they use the width of the baseline and just move around?
Yeah.
Players do. We're all creatures of habit as humans. Most of us are anyway. And players get comfortable serving from a certain spot. You do have to. It does take talent because you have to adjust the angles of your serve because you're hitting it further, the further wide you are. But we also, as all of these players would have played doubles on the way up, and you do that for doubles too. It's a different serve. Go ahead, Todd.
I was just going to say that don't forget there's a lot of sheep out here, and occasionally a black sheep comes along and changes things up, and that's Ugo right here.
Allez, ma fils.
I wonder how many players are kind of watching Ugo and going to like decide if they're going to incorporate any of what he's doing based on the outcome. They're going to look at the numbers, they're going to dig into the data, they're going to see the point. Obviously, as a lefty here in the at court, the one thing that it obviously says is he's very comfortable redirecting with his backhand because you're going to hit a backhand more often than a forehand as your +1.
Yeah.
Not all players are.
That's right.
If you're Grigor Dimitrov, you're not going to be wanting to hit your backhand as your +1. Or Steph Tsitsipas.
Humbert is having an immense amount of success getting free points off of his serve. And his first serves are doing tons of damage. Caboli's going along pretty nicely with his serve.
Yeah, Jim, one of the key things when you sit down here, he has wonderful variation. He can pop it, gets it around 200, then he throws in a heavy spin serve. He's always varying it. It's unusual to see someone with at a young age throw in the variation that he is. I'm really impressed. But you've got to be careful if you throw in one that is in that heading zone on Humbert like that.
I mean, Humbert has taken some mighty cuts at these returns, and he's laid into a couple here to get to 15-30. No break points yet in the match. This is the chance now for the French. Second serve, 15-30.
The poor kid just lost his shoe. He's done a sensational job. You can see him in the corner of the left there. He came out of his shoe. It didn't stop him one bit. He's got 3 balls and a shoe in hand, and he's still delivering. Look. Talk about anything for the job. There we go.
Complete professionalism. Congrats. And he's gone on the big screen, which is why the round of applause has come. One thing he doesn't have yet with that serve is a great short slider on the juice side. It tends to be quite deep in the service box. And with Humbert hugging the baseline that he does, if he doesn't hit his spot well, that is a very comfortable return for the Frenchman. A couple of times already he's hurt the Italian, and he could make a big dent here at break point. Fabulous way to break.
Team France.
Some terrific tennis from both sides of the net. And sometimes it doesn't have to be flamboyant, it just has to be a great percentage play. Would have been easy to try and overplay that, but he has absolutely lasered it through the middle of the court. No angles for Caboli to work with.
And some great defense within the rally. Some moon balls when he was out of position from Humbert. Bought him time to extend the rally and eventually extract that error. That gives him a chance to serve for the opening set.
Love 15.
One of the features of his amazing run to the finals of the Paris Indoors just about 2 months ago, where he beat Alcaraz en route, was just all the positive self-talk he was giving himself in between points, on the change of ends. Just kept telling himself, you know, you're tough, you're good, you can do this. It was quite something to see, because normally people internalize that. They might be thinking it, but he was verbalizing it, and it was very effective for him. Zverev mangled him in the final in Paris with his wonderful serving, and then his just fabulous defense in rallies. Just got Humbert to overplay, and the moment was a little bit big for him as well, trying to win at home in Paris, a Masters 1000 event. But he's back on that form here in this match that led him all the way to the final, all those big wins. Looking pretty awesome.
It's been a sublime set.
Game, the set.
Hugo on the go. And France looking very good in this opening match of the day here at the United Cup. Humbert takes it 6-3.
Dès que tu t'es laissé un peu d'espace là au retour, c'était bien, tu t'es reculé un petit peu là. Ouais. Besoin d'espace pour passer le bras. Ouais, passe bien les poignets, les mains, tu traverses. C'est bien, Hugo.
And rightly so, as Jim was saying, he's done a very nice job behind his first serve. It's not always about the percentage of first serves that you make, it is about the outcome, and that might be something from Caboli's point of view. Caboli actually one of the players, Jim, I know we've got the credits there, but he's actually one of the players, when you start watching enough, and this is where players are going to dig into their little sort of books and have it on it, he does have periods in sets where he misses first serves in a game. And even though his numbers there look pretty good, the one game he got broken, he loves the wide serve on the ad side, and he'll miss 2 or 3 in a game, and that's when the best players are going to pounce.
It's absolutely right, because his second serve doesn't have a huge amount of weight on it. He can move it around the box, but it's still going to be something they're going to be able to attack, or at the very least get into play and go to work. So it does matter. Our scoring system is interesting, because you can look really good on stats and play one poor service game, and that's it. And that's what happened in this one.
Nothing poor about this man's performance. Often you play too many blemish-free sets, but that's exactly what the 26-year-old produced there. So at the beginning of a set, obviously after you've just lost it, an opportunity to rethink things, but you can also have a knee-jerk reaction if you've lost it, or you feel like you've got to change. Sometimes actually not doing anything different and just waiting for your opponent to perhaps play a little bit worse is the right idea.
Yeah, because you mentioned the only thing that he did there was drop a couple of first serves and allow Ugo to come through with some big striking. One of the things from sitting courtside that is very obvious to me at the moment, though, is that it's being played at the same pace. So he's delivering a ball onto Ugo in every point the same way, and he's loving that particular speed at the moment. So even if there's been a good rally, eventually he's getting the one he can take a strike at. I would like to see him actually hit a few balls a little softer, because I think sometimes Ugo could be his own worst enemy when he takes something on too big. Well, that'll work right there. But if you get my drift, a lot of it is just the same. It's a replay of each point, and I think that Kiboli could be good to throw a few balls higher, take some more pace off, and Ugo's going to go for it, but I think you can draw some errors out of him. Because if it stays at this rhythm, it's all going to go the French way.
So just having a little chat there potentially about some data that they've obviously got in the coaching area that he can see about maybe a pattern that he feels is emerging.
14 now.
Quick starts their second for Kiboli. Just going to see what Renzo digs up.
Second set.
Well, we were talking a little earlier about changing the positioning of serve, and I think you touched on it in that Kiboli doesn't have a sliding serve out wide to that first court. So when he's going to the backhand, that's a dangerous serve on the first court. That's allowing Ugo to really lean in and just get a hard, deep strike on it. And so he wouldn't, at this point, benefit from going out wide, because it's not going to help. So he has to utilise, to get through this match right today, the body serve a lot more than what he has been doing. But he's also got to work out how to make some more returns, hasn't he? And particularly on the backhand side, he's going to have to change position somehow.
That's what Dominic Stricker did in his match against Humbert. After losing the first set 6-3, Stricker took a much deeper return position, and Humbert's first serve percentage came down, and that allowed Stricker to actually get a 5-2 lead before he got a little tight, and Humbert was able to turn it around and run through the rest of the games. But he got himself involved by offering a different look to Humbert, just trying to get him out of rhythm. Metronome right now.
15 now.
Perfect rhythm.
Yeah, and there's some real logic to the fact that he doesn't give you rhythm on the return. He'll go stone cold for 2-3 games. You don't really know what's coming, and then he can do that not just on his own service games, but on the return game. Kiboli with a lot to manage at the moment.
30 now.
The one benefit of going deep is that ball is sliding a little bit towards you. If you go right to the baseline in the Medvedev kind of style, I appreciate you're going to open up the wide one for Humbert to go to on that ad side, but at least the one down the tee kind of comes in. You may have enough time to track it down, but where he's standing at the moment, he's got no chance to cut the T1 off if Humbert goes there, if he's leaning at all on his left leg. He's trying to angle his body to give himself a chance.
Team France.
I think this is really interesting. What Humbert is bringing to the table is going to cause people to reconsider how they serve, I think, over the next few years. And we'll see if it becomes something that kind of trickles down to the rest of the field. He continues his march towards the top 10 and into it. I think it inevitably will. And there's certainly nothing that's untoward about it. There's no gamesmanship to it. There's nothing illegal about it. It's always been available. It just takes a creative mind to exploit it. So what I'm saying, guys, is none of us are creative, because none of us did it at all.
Well, you were winning slams. You didn't need to change it.
So
Jim.
embarrassing.
No, I think to be fair with that though, Jim, is that the technology with racket and in particular string has allowed these options to be brought into play too. It's very hard to do that when you're playing with a full gut restring that was strung at 68 pounds, 70 pounds like a board. It just doesn't have the same flight trajectory.
15.
I would love to see a modern day version of Andre Agassi try and problem solve his way through Ugo Humbert's serve, because Andre was the best first strike returner that I can recall in men's tennis. Monica Seles the same in women's tennis. But you know, there have been great returners, no doubt, but Andre was a hit and miss guy, but when he hit, it was a devastating blow. I think he would be the one trying to redirect it down the line and exploit the space that Humbert creates by standing that far wide. Anyway, we'll never know. It is certainly going to be a talking point this season.
40-30.
That was an interesting little change-up from Caboli there, because he was ready to serve, but he was trying to change the rhythm of the match. And he really let the clock go all the way down to almost zero. He timed it perfectly, but he's just trying to give a different feel in between points to Humbert at the moment. So he's thinking his way through, but Humbert's got him covered in most areas.
Interesting. And he's about a metre further back on his second serve return position, giving himself a bit more time to get himself into the rally.
You know, it also was interesting. Caboli was shouting straight down the court with his eyes locked on Humbert after he wins this little skirmish.
Deuce.
You know, a player's in form when they have the ability to change direction at will off the ground strokes. That's what Humbert's doing. He's using the lines so well off both wings.
Net. Second service. Advantage Team Italy. Team Italy.
How about that service position? Not the slider, but that's about as far wide as you can go for a righty in the ad court. Good hold.
Red team. Italy leads 2-1.
Una cosa giusta lui. Quando arriva veloce, soprattutto in risposta.
No chance to practice their new team skills of surfing for the Italians at the moment as they're hard at work. But out at Bondi Beach, the most iconic beach, there'll be plenty of people just lying down, putting their towels out and getting ready to welcome 2025 in one of the cities in the world that has become the most iconic for that. This special little spot of paradise. That's where you can go do that if you've got any sense of balance, unlike me. I actually didn't realise that Sydney Harbour actually has its own little unit of measurement. It's called Sid Harb. It's 500 gigalitres, which is about what Todd Woodbridge will be drinking tonight in red wine, I would imagine.
Just a couple of glasses.
Couple of gigalitres. Sorry, Todd. Jim, talk to me about the cut and thrust of a tennis match when you've just held serve like that, when you've been having no chances whatsoever on your opponent's serve.
Yeah, well, he's been sitting with his dad, which is talking to him now, who's his full-time coach, and then Renzo Furlong, Paolini's full-time coach and the captain of the team, and they've been trying to problem solve. They've been trying to figure out a way to make something change. So we'll see if he's able to bring a different return position here. Does he go to like chip the returns? Does he stand deeper and rip? Something needs to give because he's still in the donut department when it comes to break points. He's not been able to challenge Humbert's serve just yet.
$50 love.
So there was a block return, and Humbert never let him breathe in the rally. That is the risk. I mean, it's better than missing a return, but if you don't get it deep, in the form that Humbert's in right now, you're probably still very much up against it.
That's sort of the rhythm that I was talking about. What's happening is that Ugo's getting absolute in the strike zone, just above his hip. It's not getting above shoulder height, or it's not getting below the knee. And if anything is in any of that range right now, it's good night, Irene.
Who is Irene, by the way? I've always wondered.
Yeah,
and where'd she go?
Yeah, she just
went to sleep.
Just disappeared.
Yeah.
Good try there, though.
Team France.
Well, we're seeing Humbert just crack on with forehands, aren't we? Chloe Paquet watching.
2 games on.
She'll be next out on court. France needs a clean sweep, right, Petch?
It does indeed.
So she's going to have to come up big against Yasmin Paolini, who's been just an absolute revelation in 2024.
And 15 love.
What about good night, Irene? Hello, Ugo.
Just oozing confidence.
And 15 on.
Well, you can have all the confidence in the world. You better have some talent to pull this shot off. He just takes all the air out from it, just caresses it. And it quietly drops in front of Kaboli on the full stretch. He's had some bang-bang winners. That was one of his quietest ones, but that's a great response.
And 13-15.
If he's too disturbed by what's going on, he's doing a good job of containing any kind of negative emotion.
And 30 all.
Done some digging, guys. So Good Night Irene, it actually comes from a folk song, right? And they think it might have been a lullaby that the singer would sing to his baby. So problem solved. Mystery unraveled. And game point for Italy.
And 40-13.
We're a full service operation here at Todd Woodbridge.
It's variety entertainment at its best.
I was asking for a lot of his backhand. We've seen some wondrous shots from Humbert to Anna, but that one was just a little bit too much. And Kaboli doing a good job of just protecting his service games at the moment. 3-2.
Buono.
Yeah, that's all you can say in this situation. This is a stage of the match where he's just got to try and keep ticking the clock over, get to an hour 15. Can Humbert continue to play this kind of perfect tennis? And if he can, too good on the day.
And this is one of those matchups for me. It's the first meeting between the two, and it's looking like it's always going to be a matchup that Humbert likes. The way the ball shape comes to him, the style that Kaboli brings, and often, you know, that can happen in tennis. It's stroke production can vary, and that can be awkward for some opponents. But particularly on the serve and the shape of serve from Kaboli, with not having the slider, that's making it a lot more comfortable for Humbert here today.
I was actually just having a quick look at your record, Todd. Talking about conditions, I've been talking about Ugo Humbert's sort of wins at the tour level, 6 titles, and how quicker conditions really suit him. He goes to Rotterdam, which is indoors, so you can always kind of jump to conclusions that's going to be quick, but it's actually since 2019 been the slowest indoor tournament. Your wins in Coral Springs and Adelaide, they were. I know they were different surfaces, clay and hard, but they were actually historically, when you look at court speed, pretty slow. You liked it quite slow.
I loved clay.
Yeah, they weren't acing very much at those particular venues. You were getting a lot of returns back into play.
Yeah, well, I beat Greg Ruzetsky to win the US clay courts, so the draw worked out quite well for me.
Well, you only had to go to his backhand. That was a simple strategy. You didn't need Torquay for that, or bolt 6.
That's true.
Interesting to see somebody like Humbert as well. We talk a lot about, obviously, data from a strategic point of view, but a court surface speed point of view, knowing how well it fits your type of game. I mean, Basel this year has been deemed the quickest. Obviously, Paris indoors was pretty quick this year as well. Whether you would create a schedule solely based on that to some degree.
30 love.
Really, that's what previous generations did do. You'd have a block of the year where you knew you had to play well on the surface that you could get your points on, and then you would play the other tournaments, but you know, you'd be hoping that you could win a match or two. Let's not forget that Wimbledon slowed their courts down and made them more level of a bounce to allow the best clay quarters to come over and be more efficient, because you had top-ranked players in the world in the top 10 coming to Wimbledon losing first and second round every year because they hated the grass courts. They couldn't adapt. Our surfaces have neutralized over the last 20 years to be more the same, whether they be hard clay or grass.
Team France.
I would love to see our tour throw in more variation. I think it's a better product. It creates much more interesting matches.
Well, you're in luck, Todd, because that started to happen. We've
Yeah.
seen the speed of courts in places like Cincinnati, and Shanghai has long been one of the quickest. And the Australian Open has gotten quite speedy in the last 7-8 years as well.
15 love.
What is not as easy to do if you're a player ranked in the top 50 is to craft your own schedule, because there's so many mandatory events between the Masters 1000s and the amount of 500 level tournaments one must play. A lot of your schedule, if you're a top male or female player, is dictated to you now. That's the bad news. The good news is those are the tournaments that pay the most. You know who else has their schedule dictated to them? Formula One.
14
They all show up all the same races. It seems to work out okay from a business standpoint. This is working out well for Caboli from a serve standpoint. 40 love.
Game Team Italy.
Yeah,
You
beautiful
both
little
please.
dart. His dad will love that, as he has scrambled to safety in his previous 2 service games. That, however, was pure perfection. 4-3.
Team Italy leads 4 games to 3. Ball sim, please, ball boy.
C'est là où t'es le monde. Allez, sortez couille.
Sometimes in tennis, a bit like investing, it's hard just to do nothing. The right thing to do is nothing. It's just to keep biding your time and know that it's probably going to come. But there's always that sort of sense, is there something I'm missing? But I think both sides of this contest, in terms of the team bench, has done a wonderful job of just kind of keeping a lid on trying to overcomplicate this situation.
Les premiers points là. Laisse-toi un peu de temps peut-être pour bien passer les jambes, bien passer les poignets, tu sais. Souvent il te serre là au corps plus droit là.
Getting towards the business end of this can certainly easy for that ticker tape of thoughts to scroll through your brain, trying to scramble what should be a fairly clear game plan by this stage. But this man has dug in, taking care of the 50% of the game that he can behind his own serve, hoping for some cracks in the veneer of perfection from Humbert's side of the court. Yet to see it.
So one of the things that you've got at hand here, sitting in the booth with so many people watching it in your player zone and with the technologies, is there a pattern of serves coming out of Humbert at the moment? It would seem to me that opening point is always going out wide to the forehand. You can start to sort of lean on a few.
Todd, take a look at this graphic on the bottom of your screen. Second serve, points won. That's shocking how successful both of them have been with second serves. I honestly think I've never seen better than that in modern times. That's like a grass court graphic. Why is that? Why are these guys not winning points against the second serves? It's understandable against the first serve.
Because there's a necessity in their own minds to get the first big hit in, because they're second best the moment they get behind in the rally.
It's as good a guess as any, Petch.
Nishikori, in his prime, used to have, somewhat surprisingly, one of the highest numbers of second serves unreturned, because players would take a big cut at his second serve trying to get on the front foot. So the number itself would be misleading. He certainly didn't have the best second serve in terms of it being unreturned.
But these guys, second serve, they're dominating the second serves. Kaboli's won a higher percentage of points when he's missed his first serve.
It's a great example right there of why he's taken a big cut at it to get in front. Sweeps this one away into acres of space. Is he making his move at the back end of this second set, Humbert?
Next first service.
About the sixth front-facing tweener we've seen. I think only Stricker's come away with a point that I can remember. What a dig this is from the Frenchman there. Got something on it.
Yeah, it certainly surprised the Italian. He didn't have his racket ready for it. I don't know if it clipped the tape or what. It was a fantastic reaction, an ad-lib, but he did not have the fast twitch to catch up to that pass, and he better catch up to these points in a hurry. Love 30. Danger right here for Italy. Big opportunity for France.
Spectacular defense. He's been unplayable, and he's deserved that break of serve, and it has come at a very opportune moment. Team France will serve for the victory.
He's 5 games to 4.
Well, he's right up. I tell you what, this is the first meeting between these two. unless Kiboli gets a very good slider on both sides. I think when he plays him again, he's got to serve a few more body serves. It's not big enough to serve consistently to trouble Humbert, especially on the big points.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sitting courtside, it just goes straight into the hitting zone of Humbert, and he just loves it. He's leaning in on it, and G's hitting the center of the racket well. But how good is his depth too? And when we talk pace of court, this court is really shooting through, and that's what's catching Kiboli. He's sort of having to come up and out of the ball, and that draws a couple of errors. So Humbert, he's loving Ken Rosewall Arena.
Superb returning game from Humbert. He had been knocking on the door a couple of times already in this second set, and he has managed to find his way through. He played a nice last third of the season in 2024, and the last day of 2024 looks as though he's going to finish it in a similar vein of form. First at bat against each other, and it does look as though the 26-year-old is going to take care of the 22-year-old Italian. Gut check point there from Kiboli, just seeing if Humbert was nervous in any way. He got a fairly affirmative reply that he is feeling very confident. Picked Stricker off in his opening match in this competition. Kiboli, with this type of return from the outside, just hasn't had that many opportunities to do so.
Launay a little lenient there. That clock had run itself down. He was well over. Another big forehand that misses by a long way. Isn't it interesting when someone goes to serve for the match and they change their timings? He hasn't let a clock run down. He hasn't gone to the towel as much in his service games, and that's the pressure of the moment of trying to finish it off.
From confident to capitulation on serve here from Humbert after the opening point. Couple of break points. What a turn of events. Couldn't find his first serve, offered up the unforced errors, and a great mental effort there from Kaboli.
And on the other side, not a good mental effort at all from Humbert. A little bit panic stations in that one. In the forehand that he missed by, I don't know, 10, 15 feet, that was an eye-opener. And ultimately, it was the door opener. Can Kaboli ride the wave right now?
Love 15.
He needs to get vacuum packed right now and prevent any gift giving. Christmas is past. It's time for New Year.
That could be a rousing finish. Humbert putting the disappointment of not serving out behind him. He still had work to do on that forehand volley top.
Yes, but the key to this was, you know, not standing and admiring the overhead, being ready for the next shot. That's what he did so well. I mean, he's found his range quickly again, so that's a good sign. Wonderful racket work, just takes it around the outside of the ball, keeps balanced. I tell you, the crowd have erupted. They've liked the battle. It's got noisy down here.
13.
Again, there's the serve that really just hands the advantage to Humbert. It's got pace, it doesn't really have bounce, it just comes through at waist height. Could be a quick reply here from Team France.
Extreme starting serve position here from Kaboli out by the singles line.
Oh, as it left his racket, I thought it was going to angle wide.
He's got the rescue in sight from 1540. Game point now for Team Italy.
Game Team Italy.
The algorithm got a virus there from Humbert's point of view with that final shot. From Kaboli's point of view, he is creating chaos. The crowd fully engaged. 6-5 Team Italy.
Team Italy is 6 games to 5.
giocare tutto come prima, stai sull'angolo, manda il braccio, fai giocare tutto.
Kabali sitting down in the relative sanctuary of the team zone
positivo,
as
positivo.
we take you out and about into the nature that is near this wonderful city.
Per me è più alta, quando ti fa più cazzate, se vai d'incontro tutto il tempo, lui gioca da Dio.
È troppo piatto per cambiare.
Lo so, non è facile, però ci devi provare per me, perché se ci vai d'incontro, lui è nel suo.
I lied.
Non sbaglia mai.
Sarah on his voice that you're hearing, chatting.
Yeah, indeed it is. She's really, she's been very quiet. She's now got very vocal at Flavio. I've got to tell you, I'm very impressed by his temperament. He's really hung in well, and he's given himself every opportunity to get back into this match.
Be interesting to see how Humbert reacts to this bit of disappointment, having served for it at 5-4.
He just came sprinting out of his chair from the team zone, so that's a good indication he is ready to rejoin the battle after a disappointing sequence in the last 2 games.
Was saved by the line on the second of the
15
two
love
that he faced in his last service game. That one, Humbert introduced to it.
Yeah, the line giveth and the line taketh away. It was ever thus.
A 13 love. A 14 love.
Allez, go!
A 14-15. A 14-13.
Seeing them Humbert go away from the extreme wide serving position, and I have a hunch the reason why he's doing it is he's not making as many from that wide position as he is from here. For serve percentage better from closer in, and he gets a big one there to send it into a tiebreaker.
A 6 games all. Second set tiebreak. 1-0 Team Italy.
Just going to be keeping track of how often he goes extremely wide in the ad in this vital tiebreaker where every point is effectively a break point when you're serving.
1-0.
Understandably, the right thing to do for him is to go where he feels most comfortable that he's going to make first serves. So a little closer in to the center service line is where that has been the case today. That's where he starts in the ad.
Oh, that is a gift.
And 2-1 Team France.
These are the moments where a flare goes
And
up
2-all.
and you get to see where everyone's at.
And 3-2 Team Italy.
Very noticeable from my position. I'm at the same end, sitting courtside as Ugo. His court position has changed. He's waiting for the ball to come to him. And those errors are coming because of that. When he was striking it so well, he was up another meter and also on top of the bounce. He's letting it come and drop to him.
Jim, right time to go for that?
Not based on what Todd just told us.
No, because he kicked the ball in play at the moment because there was a bit of tension in Umber and like he served for it, he got wild, and now he's a little safer than what he was.
You look like a genius if you make that shot, of course, and everyone goes crazy, the crowd goes wild, and what a talent and all that, but it was casino tennis, wasn't it?
Sarah's the one still left in traffic here.
She's the only Golden Slam in the team zone tie.
Well, she's a Grand Slam singles finalist to go with it, so she understands moments in pressure times in matches.
Deeper for this return of serve. This backhand was brilliant, and it set him up to finish Humbert off with the forehand. Now, Humbert was covering the right quadrant there. He was moving into that corner, and perhaps that's what forced Caboli to go for a bit much. On serve, Caboli now under the pump at 3-4 serve in the next two.
And he missed the layup, but he's responded beautifully on that particular forehand on the run.
That was like a Steph Curry three-pointer there. Way downtown.
Can fast forward the game film afterwards from the previous points of that one. But he is not out of the woods yet.
Team Italy.
Played the moment, stabbed the return, got it back into play.
One time in the tiebreak, did Humbert go for the extreme wide serve, and that's allowed Caboli that opportunity to get the double set point here.
Energia, forza!
6-5 Team Italy.
That was the easy part.
It's Caboli who's gone to the extreme serves in the tiebreak. Here he is again at set point.
Goodness me, the delta of difference between some of his ground strokes in the last 15 minutes has been extraordinary. Looked in all sorts of trouble on that two-hander, but that was an absolutely spectacular backhand from him there. Got down to the ball beautifully.
It was laser-like, that one, wasn't it? And that's where the court here really does help. A flat, hard, deep ball just really shoots through. Wouldn't be giving him a backhand return, though, if I was Caboli right now. I'd be going body forehand or forehand.
Caboli flirting with the line in this rally. And eventually, Humbert gets a little bit twitchy on the forehand. And set point number 3 is here for Team Italy. Another fairly standard service position for the lefty. Gets it done. Makes the first serve and then lands the forehand, 7 apiece. That's where Caboli makes the return, and not sure if he's a religious man, but he starts praying for an error. As he was hopeless and helpless there, unless an error came. Great shot from the Frenchman.
So straightforward, upper set, 5-4 serving for Humbert and Team France, who need to win all 3 matches. Has been anything but since then. But a chance to win it here.
Missed it.
Out.
8 apiece. Didn't miss by much.
8 all.
But on they go. Almost around the net post here. It missed by a pretty nice margin. Enough to get your heart beat up, though, if you're Team Italy.
Got to give him a different look on the return here, doesn't he? You've got to feel he's got to go deeper. A little more to his left, give the ace down the tee, perhaps, if it goes there too good. He's been caught so much on this one-handed backhand out wide.
And Team Italy complete the comeback to keep this match alive. They need just the 1 win today, and that possibly could be just 1 set away. Match point saved as we go to a third. He played some good tennis, but the story really at the back end of that second set was really how Humbert just cracked. The winning line was there. Look at the first serve points won. Barely dropped a point, but just couldn't find a first serve in that 10th game.
Well, he couldn't find the court with his ground strokes, and that's where it hurt him. Right, he played a beautiful first point to get the 15 love, and then it all crumbled. 22 unforced errors in the set, most of them happening in about the last 15 to 20 minutes of it. And that's what hanging around can do for you. That's what Caboli did. He didn't crack. He stayed with it and dug in, and he has given himself and his team a chance here to be unassailable. Still lots of work to do, and wow, how many highlight shots were there in this match, and certainly in this set. Some spectacular winners off of both rackets.
He's done well there not to get too down himself, as that second set was getting away from him when he was broken at the 9th game. As he's getting a little bit of treatment here, it's as though the hip flex has got a bit tight. Welcome back, and Caboli is flat out on his back as he gets a little bit of treatment there. It looks as though it is his hip flexor, top part of his quad there, that is hopefully just a little bit tight, but nothing too serious for him. There'll be a little bit of a delay as Humbert's taken his leave of the court, and will be back at some unspecified time. There's no clock running down as of this moment, but Todd, that was again, a classic case of somebody playing well enough to win the match, but just got a little tight at the finishing line.
Yeah, and that's the strangeness of sport, but in particular our scoring system in tennis. You're never out of it. But if we just go back to that game where he served for it, and these are the things that sports psychologists talk to you about. You've got to stay within your routine and your rhythm, and he just went completely out of his rhythm. As I mentioned there, he gets the first point and he let the clock run down. He should have got a warning for actually being over time. He didn't get one. And then the rest of that set played so differently, and you know, that's what tension will do. But it was fascinating, and then the next part to me was that his court position then began to change, and he started to be that little bit deeper. He didn't look to get the ball on the rise and take more time away from Flavio. But you know, Flavio also started to try to get the ball into the different areas against Humbert. So by that I mean up above the shoulder, there was more flight, more height. And if you remember that little awkward return, the jab return that he made, and he got it down low and got it below knee height into Humbert, that was a difficult area. That drew an error as well. And so, you know, you've got to give credit where credit's due to the Italian for really sticking around long enough to keep putting balls in different parts of the court that allowed the Frenchman to, as you used the word, capitulate. It wasn't a total capitulation, but it was one of those great lessons of watching a match if you're a young player, to go, you know, you're never out of this as long as you keep a good attitude and keep thinking.
He's had some tough losses over the years, hasn't he, Humbert, from sort of match points up. I mean, Kyrgios at the Aussie Open sort of that 3 years ago, had a couple of match points. Nick got him in the 5th set. He lost recently in Tokyo, having a championship point in the final there to Artie. He's also got one of those styles, Todd, that's quite sort of aggressive. When it's working, it looks unstoppable, as it was. But obviously, with the way that he plays, there's quite a high risk profile in those pressurized moments.
Very much.
It maybe looks like he's choking, but actually it's just his natural style of play that sometimes doesn't work because there's not much margin built into it.
Yeah, and one of the points that we did make was how well he'd been changing direction and how difficult that can be. So he likes to take a ball that might be a cross-court straight up the line, and today that was working well because he was full of confidence. But when you get into more stressful moments, you need to get into some stop plays, and he doesn't necessarily have a stop play. It's see ball, hit ball into an open court, and that's where he got himself into trouble. So what's going to be fascinating is how does he come back out at the beginning of this third? Does he go back to that? And what does Caboli throw at him? Does he just stay with what he's got? Or, you know, this third set now is going to be all about the mind for both players.
Jim Todd was bringing up a sports psychologist. Did you work with somebody?
Yeah, we had one of the pioneers, Dr. Jim Laird, was on site. His office was at Bollettieri's Academy in 1986, if you can believe that, when very few athletes were working with mind coaches. So yeah, we were all able to book appointments with Dr. Laird, still a good, close personal friend of mine. Should be in the Hall of Fame for tennis. He's worked with so many players, some of them still competing at the highest levels, but a lot of the players don't like to publicize that piece. But I think most of the players, I think a majority of the players in the top 100 would have someone that they can lean on if they need some help from a mental coaching standpoint, because that's really what it is.
Yeah. Could he have helped me?
No. There's only so much they can do, Patch. You can't take a donkey to the Derby. You know that.
Gee whiz, that's a big... He's gone hard at you there, Petch.
Well, if he's going to ask a dumb question, he's going to get a tough response. You know, there's only so much you can take, Todd.
Oh, wow. Can't take a donkey to the Derby.
Yeah, that is going to be my tagline forever. I'm going to put that on my social media page. Jim Courier, December 31st, 2024. He once turned up for a match without rackets against Casper Ruud at Wimbledon. Have you ever done anything like that?
Who did that?
Ugo Humbert turned up for his match against Casper without racket, opened his thermo bag, not a racket in
Well,
there.
he's not the only one. Richard Fromberg did that against Mats Wilander in Atlanta one year too. He was playing his idol and he was so overawed by it that he walked out and didn't take his rackets with him. So I've never done it though, no.
I've certainly heard, I've been involved in a Davis Cup situation where John Isner forgot his shoes for a match, left him at the hotel, which was about 40 minutes away. That was fun. We scrambled him to safety and got him. So it's not easy to find a pair of 17
Yeah, I was going to
shoes.
say.
That's not easy to find.
You're not just pulling those off the middle rack.
No, not so much, but yeah.
Just to pull it back to the sports psychology discussion that we're having there, in all seriousness, Jim, having been Grand Slam champion #1 in the world and using it, there must come a point, though, where you can get all the information, but then you actually have to be out on court in that moment and use it. And there are times when you have to use your natural ability as well. Is that fair? And how did you feel when you were doing that?
Let's move the discussion on from me. Let's move the discussion on to the modern game. I think there are a lot of federations like the USTA, and I would imagine Tennis Australia, that provide access to mental coaching, and they try and provide. I think a lot of what happens is you're trying to provide sort of things that you can rely on under stressful conditions. So that's why you see the players having so many rituals anyway. A lot of the rituals that you see the players have are ways for them to de-stress a very stressful situation and feel as comfortable as they can, and just have little things that they can lean on. And exactly what you were talking about, Todd, going away from his routines when he was serving for the match, Hugo Humbert, and speeding up is something that a sports psychologist or a mental coach is going to try and dissuade you from doing. They're going to try and give you the tools to remember to just treat that moment as if it were any other.
I would say, actually, funny enough, he went the other way. He didn't speed up. He sped up in the rally, but in between points, he tried to slow it down. So he was obviously thinking about it, wasn't he? It was in his head.
Yeah, don't do anything different is sort of the net that you would be looking for. Everything's going well. Why change? That old adage from the South in America, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Team France to serve.
Decent length of time break between sets 2 and 3, but we're underway.
15 love.
Not only missed his spot, but just 164 Ks. That was a strange opening serve on the outside from Humbert, who seems to have just lost his kind of identity with that side. Taken much of the work.
I thought he'd missed it. I'd still question that, by the way.
That's what Cavoli's doing. He's taking a long glance at where that ball bounced. There's live electronic line calling, nothing to challenge here. It's automated, so if there's no call, that ball is good.
Gosh, I think you could still have an argument with it. I would.
I'd like to have been in a few of those sports psychologist meetings with you, Sod. He's become about as reliable as a printer on a deadline at the moment here, Humbert. He has got to try and get up and running here at the start of the third somehow.
He's low energy.
Yeah.
He needs to turn to his bench and shake his racket like he's been doing when he's been winning points, and indicate some positive aura, if you will. That's what he was so good at doing when he made the finals of Paris Indoor. He was really pumping himself up at all times, even at stressful moments. He's still playing right now, but he's got more of a defeated air about him.
First game, final set.
Well, I think he's thinking about where I should be, what I should have been doing this afternoon, and you can't have that thought process, can you? He's still upset with himself.
Allez, go. Allez, ma. Reste bien relâché dans tes frappes, dans tes courses.
Allez, le cerveau déconnecté là. Allez,
His coach, part of his team, Fabrice Martin, they're telling him to stay relaxed, which I think under normal circumstances can be good advice. I feel like the other advice might be appropriate right now. Like, let's get fired up. Let's rip some shots. Let's show some emotion and energy. But look, he's the coach now. He's part of the squad along with Jeremy Chardy, so they know how to manage their player, I would imagine, better than us up in the booth, or at least me.
15 now.
It's a good example of what we were talking about right at the start of the match, when he kind of jumps forward there. If he doesn't time his split step well, and when he's low energy, as Jim's been saying, and Todd, yeah, he doesn't maybe time it well. He's got no ability to go left and right. Fourth one incoming.
And 14-15.
Nice start for Team Italy. Uncorks 3 perfect serves and then just wraps up the game. Quick change of racket.
Yeah, I think one more game with these tennis balls before the next version of new ones will be introduced. So he wants to have a hit of returns with some fresh strings before he has to serve.
Allez, Flavio.
Yeah, he's done such a good job of going through this match in a headwind. Caboli, this man has been running downwind, so the challenge here for the Frenchman is to keep a good attitude here at the start of the third set. Oh yes, oh yes.
Love 15.
Tennis art.
Second service.
Look at that patience and a little more air under the ball from Caboli. Just recognizing, Todd, the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. And if you recall earlier where I said changing the paces and the variations, that ball there was one of those. And Ugo was way early on it, smothers it. It's definitely got a totally variant rhythm to it now than what it had for a set and a half.
Ever since that 10th game, and he's doing nothing in this game to disabuse us of that notion. Pace doesn't seem to be there, physicality, and the door opens for Team Italy.
was better because not only did he win the point, obviously that makes you feel good, but he popped his racket a few times at his team zone. And that's what he was doing earlier in the match when he was in a flow state.
Not unexpected, to be honest, on the evidence of what we've seen at the start of this third set, that it was going to be Italy who make the first move. It is Cavalli who goes up the break.
Italy is 2-1.
Didn't have to do anything special. One lovely little pickup on the half volley. But apart from that, it has been Hugo Humbert who's been the architect of his own demise.
Fascinating, isn't it? Looking, we've got the camera on the Italians, but down at the French bench, it looks as though he's gone into the memory bank of losses of years gone by, of the negative side of it. Really, really has gone deep into his own psyche. I don't think it's, it's warm sitting courtside. It's only an hour and 47 minutes. I don't think physicality should be coming into this match. It's been pretty quick points. And they've both had a match out here. They've acclimatized to Sydney and the travel. Been here long enough.
It's kind of a glazed look, isn't it, Jim, on Hugo's face, whether that's from a fatigue point of view or just shock that he finds himself in this situation.
Yeah, we've seen his coach trying to shake his legs out, keep them loose. He's been taking on some fuel with some gels and tries to jog himself back out and maybe jog a memory of how good he was for the first set in 5-4 in the second.
For service.
Put the line, fist in the air. Let's see if that ignites the flame again for Humbert.
Well, I think he's got to start coming into the ball a little bit more. He did that on that return. And get into the court and try to take a bit more on the rise almost.
Fastest serve of the day for Cavalli at the right time, 15:30. It goes even bigger, 204K with that one. The body blow and then the decisive overhead gets him to gain point, a chance to consolidate the break.
14-30.
va bene, Ale, Ale. Bello positivo. Sempre energia, Ale.
Team zone liking the energy coming from Flavio here, even at deuce. That was another bomb serve at 2:03. He's supercharged his serve in this game.
Advantage, Team Italy.
Ancora energia.
Head for service. Team Italy.
That's a great serve, and as the match has gone on, obviously it has peeled away some of the layers of data that he's needed, and we haven't seen many of those body serves. He's found a beauty there, and that is a big body blow for the French team.
Two of them in that game, vital. Caboli's definitely playing his part, no question about that, but there's been a generosity in the unforced error count from Humbert in this set. And certainly at the tail end of the second set.
Interesting to know what his psyche is. I was just having a little look at some of his most sort of competitive matches in the last couple of seasons. When it's either gone to sort of a final set breaker, he's just 2-9. When it's gone to a final set break, he's just picked up a couple of wins this season. He's not 1-1, 0-4 this season. Talked about that loss to Feast in the final of Japan, having that match point, of course, recently with Basel. They had 3 match points in the final set breaker against David Goffin. Lost that 1-9-7 in the breaker. Had a match points against Arnaldi at Queens, lost in a final set breaker. Nuno Borges in Canada.
Every one of those was going through his mind in those changeovers. You could see it.
It's definitely a bit of scar tissue. And not just scar tissue internally for him, but externally for his opponents are going to hang in there. Caboli with a miracle. And it may be the shot, if he can collect the next point, that sends Team Italy into the quarterfinals of the United Cup. They need just one win today.
Well, we talked about this guy's fast twitch fibers, and there they were on full display. A quick move to his right and a quick flick of the wrist in a really important moment here. And he's got it.
The ultimate quizmaster at the moment. It wasn't a terrific forehand, but it just posed the question of Humbert's nerve on the break point. The Frenchman fails, and Team Italy soar 4-1.
Tieni alto lì, questo focus, questa energia.
We always talk about the X's and O's and forehands and backhands and dig into strategy alongside Bolt 6, but so often it is what happens above the shoulders that counts much more than that.
Certainly. And does AI plug those into win predictors?
It's a valid question, Todd.
Yeah.
Credit to Caboli for sticking around long enough to ask the question of Humbert. Down 5-4, down 15 love. Team France needed just 3 points to take that match. Caboli put some good block returns in play, and the unforced error count started heading north for Humbert.
Parfois, et que tu déconnectes, c'est là où tu joues encore meilleur aussi. Vas-y, fais-toi confiance à ça. Hein?
I think we're going to get an answer to your question here, Todd, whether with the AI plug in. I think we're going to get a little bit of your favourite thing, the win predictor coming up. Where's his 5% coming from in your mind?
Well, it's a fairly big swing, isn't it, that one? The 5%, I don't know.
This one feels as though it is almost time to stick a fork in it. It's done. It would be a remarkable turnaround from here. He went from radioactively hot to stone cold, and he has not been able to regroup.
Well, we talked about sports psychologists and the like, but one of the things in this era of Italian tennis that has really stood out over the last couple of years is how much better they all are mentally on the court and how more competitive they are in those tough situations. Italian players are always like that.
Todd, I'm going to jump in here. They've hired a friend of mine, Lorenzo Beltrame, tennis player who you know from Orlando, a disciple of Dr. Jim Lair. He's in charge of mental coaching for the Italian Federation and spends a lot of time with a lot of these players, not Yannick Sinner. Sinner sort of lives on his own. But he spends a lot of time, he's with the Davis Cup team, and he's been building the blocks for them to have those foundations of mental toughness, and that's paid off in a big way.
Well, you can see it's paying dividends because their tennis culture was a lot of, oh, well, not today, maybe tomorrow, we'll see what happens. But this is a case in point, this match right here with Caboli, his temperament, his discipline of actually just staying within each point. And it's going to pull off a very good victory for he and his country.
In Italy.
It is an incredibly complicated sport. It's very difficult to develop players. But ultimately, if you can stick all the jigsaw pieces in the right places, you've got a great chance. And Italy have done that from a tournament structure, from what Jim's just said.
15 love.
You can simplify the complicated. Despite putting all the pieces in the right place, he still needed a bit of a helping hand today from his opponent. Overcoming that little bit of brittleness perhaps is going to be the threshold that he needs to cross if he is going to get across the divide from being inside the world's top 15 to a regular member of the top 10.
there's no doubt that the racket skill, the athletic ability for Humbert is top 10 material. There's no doubt about it. He's going to get there anyway. He's just, his talent's undeniable. But to get to the next level, that's where the rubber's going to meet the road between the ears. He's going to need to be able to stay calm in high stress moments and make good decisions. Top players miss, they make mistakes, but they don't make mental mistakes at big moments. They might miss shots, but they miss the right ones, and that's a big difference.
That might be what separates him from being a transient top tenner.
Allez, ma fille. Allez, encore un. Allez, t'es mieux là. Je repasse les jambes.
Fargli sentire sempre la presenza. Ok?
On one hand, he seems pretty Italian, doesn't he, Caboli, in terms of just his demeanour. He loves his soccer. He's a big fan, obviously, being a very unique individual with this charismatic style, but he's incredibly placid on the court. He's a big fan of Fabio Fognini, who, it has to be said, certainly wore his heart on his sleeve. What a phenomenal player he has been over the years. He's part of the management group of Fabio. It was actually one of the reasons why Flavio got involved in tennis, when he watched Fabio play Andy in a Davis Cup match in 2014, but he has been very phlegmatic in this match. Interesting, Todd, that Hugo's had a bit of an ice pack on his neck there. Is it that hot today, in your opinion?
It's sticky. It's really humid. There's no, what happens in here because of this roof? There's no breeze. There's not a lot of circulation, and that can be an issue. It's just ironic because this used to be one of the most difficult courts to play on in the daytime. It was very swirly and tough, but with the roof, it's made it pretty much just that perfect indoor ball striking type of court.
Wow. Is he going to finish with a flourish? It seems like it. A point away from booking Team Italy into the quarterfinals of the United Cup.
Set the match, Team Italy, 2-1.
Italy through to the last 8.
6-2.
Match point saved, and then he reeled him in swiftly, and that decider did Flavio Caboli. 22-year-old has put another win in the account on the final day of 2024.
That was as impressive mentally as it was physically from Caboli, because Humbert was virtually untouchable for a set and up till 5-4 in the second set as Caboli goes into the France team zone. He's going to come out of there, head back to his group, and that's going to be a nice reception there, because they have, as you've mentioned, confirmed their place in the quarterfinals. And if Caboli can keep playing like that with Jasmine Paolini and then their mixed doubles, they are certainly a threat to take this United Cup.
Now There's the celebrations for Italy. For Humbert, just a quick thought, Jim. You know, when you reach the peak and he's almost there, the air gets a bit thinner, doesn't it? And those decisions amplified and the mistakes magnified. That's a tough loss for him.
Well, certainly not how you want to start your year. This is it's not a new year today, but it's a new season at this tournament, and you don't want to be thinking about that as you move forward from here. Everyone wants to start with a fresh slate and be positive, and that's certainly what Caboli can be right now, and he's with Todd Woodbridge.
Flavio, many congratulations. What a supreme effort to come back from down match point.
Yeah, I think we did a great match. It was a great battle to start the season, you know, so I'm really happy about the match. I think I played a really good match, and also it was tough to come back to Hugo, and congrats also for him, and I wish good luck for his season.
You come back from match point down and you're sitting on the court, but throughout the match you're playing very solid tennis. How did you mentally stay in it?
No, I think it's my game to stay focused all the match and do the great battle all the match I did in my career. So also thanks for my team. He supported me all the point, and maybe it's also for this I won this match.
I chatted earlier in the match to Sara Errani during the coverage, and towards the end of the second set and in the third, she became very vocal talking to you. What did she have to take? She has a lot of experience.
Yes, to have her in the bench is always nice. She's a legend of our sport, and maybe she can come on my team and after his career.
Have you enjoyed your time in Sydney? You're through to the quarterfinals. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, here is everything really fantastic. Now is the last days of the year, so I wish all the best here, and I wish you good luck for the next year to everyone here.
Well, you've finished the year off well. You've also started the new tennis season very well. Congratulations. You put Italy through to the quarterfinals. Still 2 more matches to come, but well done.
Thank you so much.
The scene of the first heist of the new season in tennis as he saves the match point and comes back to win. And he is a pretty adorable character who is going to thrill crowds around the world over the next decade or so. But for now, he's thrilled his own country by making sure that Team Italy are through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, it certainly was impressive. And to hear him talk about how fighting and mental toughness is just part of his DNA, that's a great quality to have. And Todd's right, it wasn't always built into the Italian tennis players. So it's a new dawn. And Italy is one of the really important nations in tennis, men and women. And they will be moving on in the United Cup. But before then, we get to see Jasmine Paolini, one of the real breakout stars of 2024. She's coming up next.
It's time to introduce the players into Ken Rosewell Arena for this women's singles match at the United Cup. Please welcome from Team France, Chloe Paquet. And representing Team Italy, Jasmine Paolini.
Well, welcome back for the second match of three between France and Italy, and there certainly is a spring in Jasmine Paolini's step, having to go on court ahead in this matchup, and she's pretty springy anyway. I've been watching her warm-ups, which has been going on for quite some time because she didn't know when she was going to play, but everything going the Azzurri's way at the moment. I'm Sam Smith, and I'm delighted to be alongside former top tenor Andrea Petkovic. These team matches playing for your country really does throw up some permutations, doesn't it? What a great first men's singles that was.
Oh, absolutely. I was actually in the stands for this one, and the atmosphere was electric. Italian fans bringing it, the French trying to resist, but it was just too much. Saved the match point, Flavio Cobolli, and he has brought Italy the first point, and I believe...
Chloe, please welcome our little helpers.
They go on, they move on.
They certainly do.
We're going to take two photos, one with the boys and then one with the players.
That's all they needed to do, was win one match, and they are through to the quarterfinals.
Please welcome our little helpers. Okay, ladies, just a couple of reminders before we start. You know the rule with the towel bins if you want to have them brought to you. The rest is pretty much the same, really. Any questions? No. Chloe, your choice. We have AO or John Newcomb. AO. Okay, go for it. It is John Newcomb. You serve? You stay? Okay, and the photo, please.
Umpire Miriam Blythe conducting proceedings. We've got double trouble here.
Boys up, boys up.
So Italy in a very good shape. They'll be in the quarterfinals a little later on this week. But of course, there are the two top runners-up in the 6 groups will also go through the quarterfinals. So still everything to play for Team France on what is a very pleasant day here. Started out rather cloudy, but it's certainly warming up. And we only have the day session here. So everyone will be able to get back and watch the fireworks from various vantage points, and I'd have to say, it's important how you finish the year, isn't it, as well as start it. And Paquet, well, another difficult assignment for her, but the 30-year-old who has been ranked inside the top 100 can certainly play.
She definitely can, yes. She showed it, especially this year was the first year she managed to get into the top 100. It's just outside right now, but she has a great game. She's very athletic. She does prefer the clay courts, which we saw in the first match against Belinda Bencic. She had a good start to the match, but then just was sort of overwhelmed by the pace, and that's something we will keep an eye on today as well.
Yes, and for Paolini, well, she's very much the favorite here at a career high ranking of number 4 in the world, and it's seemingly that at the age of, well, in her late 20s, it is all coming together for this very popular Italian whose life has transformed since she was here 12 months ago on debut representing Italy. So last few moments of the warm-up. We'll be back on with this second singles. Everyone taking a break out here after a really exciting men's match, and how things changed. This was, what, 6 years ago? It was on a clay court in Florida, one of those very small tournaments that you have to, you've been on that tour, Andrea, most of us have, to get to the big time, and they both had a fairly similar ranking, around about 200 yen. Things have really changed, and if you think sort of 6 years ago, well, Paquet's, you know, a few years older, she would have been more experienced, and Paolini would have been finding her way.
I'm glad I don't have to do this all alone, even though, Sam, I feel in very good hands. But we have Laura Robson courtside. She has arrived because she was just in the studio.
We'll catch up with Laura in just a little while, but Renzo, we're sitting up behind you again in the commentary box. So you're all alone there with your friends. Sam Smith alongside Andrea Petkovic. Very dramatic start to the day.
Yes, tell me.
Have you recovered yet?
Yes. It was I think it was a really good match. A very, very high level match, because I think Koboli didn't start very good, but Humbert was playing amazing in the first set. He was hitting so strong, so fast. He was serving really good. But then I think Flavio started, you know, from the end of the second set, he increased his level, and the third set it was simply perfect.
It really was. And Renzo, we have Jasmine here. She had an incredible start to the new season, a fantastic match against Belinda Bencic. What are you looking in her game for today? Italy is through to the quarterfinals, so can she take it easy? Can Jasmine take it easy any day?
No, but you know, she is very focused on what she has to do on the court. She never underestimated the opponent, so she is very, you know, concentrate on what she has to do. She has to serve very good, and then we will see in the first games how the tennis is going, you know, today.
Look, Renzo, can I ask you one last question? What we love about Jasmine is she's always smiling and she's always happy. What is her secret to this bubbly character?
I think she's simply enjoy the life, because she likes to play tennis, she likes to practice, she likes to be, you know, on the top of the ranking, and she enjoys every day what she's doing. I think that's the secret.
Renzo, thank you very much. We didn't let you get any coaching done there, but I think she'll be fine.
Okay, thank you. Ciao.
It's a good time, isn't it, to be in Italian tennis. Goodness me, both across the men and the women. They are starting to dominate the tours.
First set, Jasmine Paolini, presenting Team Italy, 2-7. Play. $15.
The semi-finals on debut here 2 years ago. And now here with a much stronger team. And as you mentioned, Andrea, very accomplished, isn't she, and ready to go. A couple of days ago, comfortably beating Belinda Bencic.
It's always interesting to see when somebody has their breakthrough season. How will they handle it? Will the pressure catch up? But she seemed so loose and so bouncy and springy and just happy to be back out on court. And that was really fun to watch in the first match.
Oh, yeah.
40-15.
Her life, her profile, her status has transformed over the last 12 months, but it appears you have two choices maybe. You can either shy away from it and sort of block it out, or you can embrace it and enjoy it. And she seems to have taken the latter, and it hasn't seemed to have affected her at all.
Nice little forehand down the line by Paquet. That is her weapon. She tries to use it from the center of the court, the forehand, to open up some angles. Not as easy to do on the hard courts as it is on clay.
As if she's picked up from where she left off against Switzerland. Laura, lovely to have you with us as always. We've become quite a trio over the last few days. What are you looking for out here with this matchup?
Well, I kind of feel like it's going to be quite one-sided, so I'm looking for Paolini to just almost start ripping more, even more than she has been. Yeah, the win predictor there, I might have to agree with for the first time in my life. But it just seemed like Jasmine, as you guys have been saying, is in such a good headspace at the moment, and we know that she's been able to bring a bit more acceleration into her forehand side in particular. And when you look at what she's improved on over the last 12 months, it's kind of everything. So really, I'm just expecting to see her start this season the same way that she ended the last one. So yeah, nothing new from down here other than the fact that it is very humid.
Oh, I'm sure you'll come up with something original over the next hour or two.
Thank you, Sam.
You always knock me off my chair with something random that you found on the internet.
I will say that Paquet's front foot on the serve has always confused me, the fact that it's so side on and then the rest of her body is still front facing. It seems like she's jamming herself up before she even starts the motion.
Oh, that is just so good, and we saw all the abilities this young woman has. Jasmine Paolini opens the court up with that heavy forehand inside in. The opponent has to cover a lot of ground, and the flat backhand into the open space and covers the net beautifully. Just doesn't give you any room to act, to breathe.
WTA Coach of the Year, Enzo Furlan, and richly deserved. Top player in his time as well, top 20. Fourth round at the Australian Open. Chloe's 30 years of age. A football fan, PSG, which she lives in Paris these days, so gets a chance to watch them. But born in Versailles in Those famous western suburbs of the city. You forget actually people live in Versailles. I never thought about anyone living there. I tend to think chateau and gardens.
And here we saw quite well what Laura just mentioned earlier. When you take the foot so sideways, the goal is to get a lot of rotation in the upper body and henceforth a lot of speed. But because she's frontal facing, she's kind of blocking her lower and upper body against each other. And sometimes that shot can break down on her.
Not unexpected early break.
A strong start from Jasmine Paolini, and Laura just mentioned the improved aspects of her game, and one of that is the forehand. It used to be her Achilles heel. You knew that if you got into there hard and fast, you could get some short balls and unforced errors, but she has cleaned it up very nicely, and we see here why she takes it cross court a lot of times, 54% in fact, because she wants to open the court, wants the open space.
Lovely.
And in fact, the 29% of the down-the-line shots that we see from Paolini on the forehand side, they have increased, which helps her in the unpredictability. She used to go almost exclusively cross-court on the forehand side, so you could cover that one. Now she keeps you honest.
Do you feel like she can afford to go line more because she's playing up closer to the baseline these days as well? She's not that heaviest hitter, but she's certainly not hitting it softly. You know, I think she's an underrated ball striker when you think of the pace that she's constantly getting on that side.
Oh, she just tried to show it off for you, Laura. Couldn't quite get there. Yeah, I think that she always used to have one of the most explosive muscle fibers on the WTA tour, and now she just managed to sort of put them to use better by staying closer to the baseline, as Laura just pointed out, trying to recognize the shorter balls early, and that gives her more options on the forehand side.
Actually, Andrea, you've watched this evolution from playing her 4 years ago at Wimbledon and getting the win, and then seeing the progressions over the last couple of years.
It really has been, in a way, mind-blowing, but also at the same time, strangely not surprising, because you could see from year, and I used to practice with her a lot, from year to year, you saw the small changes and adjustments. Some nice play here from Chloé Paquet, showing off her athleticism and defensive skills. Likes a target at the net.
She's been asked quite a lot, you know, what's been the change, and she said that she felt early on in her career didn't have a lot of belief in herself and didn't back herself on a hard court. That is difficult to process now, watching her here.
Advantage, Team Italy.
And the Italian number one moving quickly here. And Paolini off to a fast start.
Team Italy leads by 3 games to love.
Buono già. Allez. Due cose. Lei sulla seconda serve sempre, lancia molto avanti, serve sempre slice, quindi stai bassa e vai in avanti, usa il carico, vai in avanti. L'altra cosa, fai uscire un po' più il fiato, fai uscire il respiro, fai uscire anche un po' di suono, ok? Quando la mette in difficoltà, aspettati che lei giochi nell'angolo libero, cioè lei gioca nell'angolo e vede, non nell'angolo giusto. Resto bene, ordinata, manda, decisa, bella reattiva e tanta energia. Allez.
So really doesn't need to say too much. It's the 8th year of their partnership, full time for about since 2021. It's almost a shorthand when you know each other so well.
You can blink in Morse code to each other.
She has all the answers.
From down here, it's just the difference in height. With every single shot that Paolini hits, there's, you know, a difference in speed, positioning of it, placement, and then the height over the net, especially on the forehand, changes all the time. It's very hard to read.
Oh, wow. And it is such a good point Laura is making. So many players nowadays have their favorite spot and their favorite strike zone where they like to hit the ball. If we think of Arina Sabalenka, who prefers it a bit higher than hip, other players often around hip height. Paolini doesn't give you the same ball twice in a row, keeps you guessing at all times.
Allez Chloé, allez encore, bien dans le cours avec ton service là, c'était très bien ça, encore.
French Federation system, I think they were very pleased last year. That ranking dipping into the top 100 for 5x was partly because she made the 3rd round of her home slam.
Allez encore. Allez, prends ton temps.
Allez, Claude, allez, Claude. 28-year-old Italian from the beautiful region of Tuscany. Chance here for the double break. And she takes it in style.
Game, Team Italy. Team Italy.
Now just beautifully executed. You saw the deep backhand through the court, pushes the opponent back, then aims for the short one right here. This is the short point in the court. The angle opens the court up, closes the net, and that's the 101. Jasmine Paolini play so much IQ in her game, acceleration, belief.
Andrea, just coming back to that, has that become a much more important shot, the sort of the three-quarter length cross-court ball, particularly in women's tennis?
Yeah, it really has. I wonder what Laura thinks, but I think the one aspect of women's game that has progressed tremendously, the most of all other aspects, is the physicality and how quick these players are defending around the court. You have to find new angles and ways to hit winners because the women have gotten so athletic and are covering so much ground.
Yeah, you think of years past, and in the top 10 there might be one or two players who you would consider a bad mover, and you know, it's all relative of course, but these days you just can't afford to be a bad mover.
All right now, Jasmine Paolini is a good everything, and she's one game away from taking this first set.
Ha tirato la classica seconda alla Mandines sul 30 pari.
Who would you say is, I mean, I don't want to say the worst mover, who would you say is the least agile of the current top 10, Andrea?
Well, I think probably Rybakina, but that is with an asterisk because she is also the most powerful game and the best serve in the top 10 probably, so she doesn't have to move as well as a Coco Gauff, for example. But this is on such a high level. You know, we're talking about the best athletes in the world here, the best tennis players in the world. But what would you say? Do you have?
I would say the same, yeah. But and yet she still makes a lot of balls in court. So I think she's deceptively good at anticipating. Less so, you know, she's never going to be one of these athletes that you see on the stretch, in the splits, super flexible. But because of the levers, she still makes it to a lot.
I have a question. Speed is nothing without balance. Who is the most fastest, who is the quickest and the most balanced of the top 10?
So the first name that comes to my mind, and she has retired, but it was always mind-blowing for me to watch up close, is Angelique Kerber. And in reality, there was one photographer who told me that Angelique Kerber was the only player on court that he would photograph, and out of 100 photos, 99 would be perfectly in balance. All other players, you would have 10 photos that would work out of 100. Because, of course, we are running around, but Angie was always in perfect balance.
We'll see Chloe at Melbourne in a few weeks' time. She has been given a wild card due to a reciprocal arrangement between Grand Slam nations.
$15 all.
123 in the world. Could be, if she win a couple of rounds, could change her year. Paolini will be the 4th seed. behind Sabalenka and Swiatek and Coco Gauff. She's in the big time now. As one of the contenders.
Isn't that just mind-boggling when you think about the fact that Paolini had never made it past the first round of a slam until Australian Open last year?
And then she makes back-to-back Grand Slam finals and picks up an Olympic gold medal in the doubles. It was a wonder year, wasn't it? I mean, we should remind us she's also 10 in the world on the doubles rankings.
It's a beautiful forehand to set up set point, and we just saw on average 5 kilometers an hour faster than Paquet's, and it has shown today.
It has been, in my best Italian, rapido, this first set. There's no let up from Jasmine Paolini from one season to the next, and she takes an emphatic 6-love opening set.
Forte, forte, frullo e buonissimo. Mandi fuori equilibrio. Ottimo.
It's a wonderful time for Renzo to have with Jasmine, given what's coming up. I wonder what he might pick out of these numbers.
Well, I think it's just very obvious that there was only one dominant player in this first set, and it was Jasmine Paolini. And the one thing that Chloe Paquet can possibly do to maybe have a chance in the second set is get that first serve percentage up. Only 47% in the court, and out of those 47%, she wins only 25. So she really needs to up that number, and she needs to play more aggressively. 1 forehand winner to 5 on Jasmine Paolini's side. And if you lose a set 6-0, you can just go all out and risk a few things and do things differently. It comes with great liberty, but it was all Jasmine Paolini in that first set. She played tremendously well, never let her opponent breathe.
I know that Renzo, Captain Furlan, said that she never underestimates anyone. She's come out as if the Sabalenka at the other end of the court for that level. And I wonder this time that they've got together now is, again, to work on some little things to maybe get her to another Grand Slam front, to beat the best players in the world. It's not solely about this match.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think especially when you had a very short off-season like Jasmine had, she played Billie Jean King Cup final. They won the Billie Jean King Cup, in fact, Italy.
Time.
So she's only had, I talked to Renzo about it, she's only had a couple of weeks to prepare. So they are using this time to work on these details for the Australian Open as well. She's doing
second set, Team
quite
Italy.
well, I would say.
Love 15. Fifteen on. 30-15.
That is a 5'4", 1m63 frame. What she gets out of it. Yeah, American great player Rosie Casals was of a similar height, and I'd heard that she'd had in her day one of the great serves on tour. So I asked her, I said, Rosie, what was the secret? And she just said, great mechanics. That was a complete sentence, and I always feel the same when I'm watching Paolini. Oh, we could watch her play tennis all day long.
40-30.
Just a few backhands flying long on Jasmine Paolini, and all she does is smile about it. If we could all have a bit more of that attitude in our life.
Well, we're in the era of smiling tennis, aren't we, with Carlos Alcaraz?
True.
And on the women's tour, Jasmine Paolini.
And I think even Jannik Sinner smiled once after last year's season.
I do think she's secretly lethal.
Inside.
Well, I mean, 18 months ago, she might have had a dip in concentration at 4-love in the first set. But you just don't really see that, because now she's, you know, got so much belief that she actually does want to win 6-love, 6-love.
That's the best point from Paquet.
Wonderfully done. And Laura, was there a bit more pace on these ground strokes from Paquet?
Absolutely, yeah. You see the rotation on the replay as well, just getting a bit more oomph with the shoulder turn, and then disguise that last one. Deserved the applause.
Advantage, Team Italy.
Grande già!
She's also making it very physical as well, isn't she, Paolini? That's another strength, and that players will start to fear that. You know, can you stay in these long points with her?
Ball change, please.
Nice hold. It's 7-0 now, Laura. What does Paquet have to do? Is there anything she can do, really?
I mean, Yeah, you mentioned the first serve, but I think she's just got to go for a bit more. In those last couple of points, it seemed like Paolini actually stopped adding so much height, and that's where Paquet was able to just generate a bit more pace because there was more coming onto her racket in the first place. But no, I think she, you know, it's 6-love, 1-love. You just got to play brave tennis, and you're just hoping to get on the board, aren't you?
Unless you can pop on there and help her out, Laura.
I wouldn't be any help, actually. Not against Paolini with the way she's playing.
Do you remember Paquet from juniors? Because you're a similar vintage, aren't you?
Yeah, of course I do. And Paolini, to be honest, as well, from when she first started on the Challenger Tour. But yeah, Paquet was always a really, really good junior. And then there's kind of lingered around that same ranking in seniors for a number of years now. Paquet's always had this, I don't want to call it an issue, but with the front foot on the serve being so sideways, and in the past, way back in the day, she used to have a much more abbreviated motion, so it wasn't quite so obvious. She'd go straight into that classical French take back, almost like an Elise Cornet.
That's well played. Yes, the angle of that front foot is almost sort of physics defying, isn't it? And it wouldn't be a difficult, well, it must be difficult for her to change it. It looks so uncomfortable.
And I do think Paquet's mindset is kind of counterintuitive to her frame. She has this nice tennis player frame, but her mindset is to sort of put the ball in the court and see what happens, to defend well. And I think she has the ability, and I think Laura remembers from junior, she used to be quite a big hitter, and then at one point she just started to kind of make more balls.
That's more like it.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like if she could just every now and then, if she feels more comfortable in the defending position, that's absolutely fine. But every now and then, to win these matches, to get back into the top 100, I think she just has to take initiative into her own hands when she has a short ball and just go for it a bit more decisively.
It's taken her over half an hour, but there she is with the first game point on her serve. Oh, she takes it in style.
Team France.
So it was paraphrase what you're saying. Her talent and her physicality are not aligned.
The mindset, I think her mindset is to make a lot of balls and see whether the opponent will miss. But I think her frame and the ability in her ground strokes is there to go for a bit more.
But there's a mismatch, isn't there?
Kind of.
Yeah.
In my mind, from watching her play, actually many matches, especially at the French Open. And oftentimes you will see exactly these types of matches with her, that she loses the first set, has her back against the wall, and then just does a bit more because she has to, and right away plays a lot better. And I wish she could bring that from the get-go.
15 all. 30-15.
Allez, Claude.
Oh, she makes it look so easy.
40-50.
Allez, con energia.
Allez, dynamique.
Allez. Deuce. Advantage, Team Italy.
Allez, Claude. Allez, toujours les jambes, Claude. Allez, t'es présent. Super, encore. Continue. Allez. Allez, Claude. Allez, t'es là.
Very little respite for Team France. Paolini powering through the second set
Team
now.
Italy leads by 2-1.
Il primo punto della risposta?
Volevo andare Ugolina.
No.
Well, there are many lovely spots to go to if you have a chance to visit this part of the world, and one of the great beaches of the eastern suburbs is Bondi. And if you have a chance to swim at icebergs, make sure you don't swim in the exciting lane because you might not be there when the wave has gone. You might be on the other side of the pool.
I heard you had a little mishap there, Sam.
Yes.
But still recommend? Still a recommend?
It's an experience.
Okay.
Are you a swimmer?
I love to swim.
Okay. Yeah, it's an experience.
Ok. Bella decisa.
They have many lovely pools in this part of the world, and there's a fantastic one on Woolloomooloo Bay, very close to the Botanic Gardens, and it has salt water, so you get the experience of an ocean pool, but without the excitement and the drama. The only problem is one of my favourite spots. It's being renovated.
Oh no!
I was devastated. Yeah. But it looks out onto Woolloomooloo Bay, which is where they restore and refurbish all the tankers that come in. So it's a great spot.
15 all.
We just question whether Paquet's able to sustain this higher level of hitting, because it's not something that she does day in, day out. So you might be able to do it for 3-4 games, but against Paolini, who does it relentlessly, then it's a different challenge.
Now that right there for me was the perfect example of what Paquet still can work on to become a stable fixture in the top 100. She had the short ball, and instead of going for it, she just sort of guides it, and then Paolini takes the opportunity and puts pressure on her opponent. Sometimes she misses out on these opportunities during rallies that occur.
She's getting that sinking McVeeny, as I'm sure Captain Martinez as well. She could do with practicing with Paolini for a couple of weeks, couldn't she?
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody would profit, I think.
Yes.
Game Team Italy. Team Italy leads by 3-1. Lafferty.
What's so wonderful about Jasmine is that she doesn't come to the net because she's supposed to, or the coach has said you must come forward more. She wants to. Her game seems to take her there naturally, and she looks so comfortable when she is there. And I wonder if that is part of the product of the way they teach in Italy, which they teach all the shots from the word go. They'll be teaching a kid drop shots at 5 years of age. So they teach it as a whole, not let's get the ground strokes fixed up and then add. And she probably was doing that when she first picked up the racket.
40-15.
I love when that happens. You were just talking about something and the player just comes through and underlines.
Doesn't happen often, but it
you
looks,
want variety?
It looks natural, doesn't it? It looks natural, and it is because she's been doing it for so long. She hasn't just bolted it onto a game. That's the way.
That's nicely done by Paquet, but I will say Laura mentioned it at the beginning of the second set. Paolini just got into a couple of games where she played a bit more straightforward, a bit more, let's say, yeah, just a bit more predictable. And now she's back to doing what she did in the first set, the drop shots, the net attacks.
Team Italy went on their way to complete the victory here. Paolini 4-1 second set.
Team Italy leads by 4 games to 1.
That serve has improved so much, though, hasn't it? The ability to kick on the outside, out wide, and straight away look for the forehand. It's totally changed.
Is it good enough, that second serve, to take on the might of Świątek and Sabalenka, Laura?
I think she has the ability to adjust the second serve based on where someone's returning from, though. If someone's taking it on the rise and inside the baseline, then she probably won't go for that kick serve out wide so much. She probably want to keep it staying low and slice it in the tee. But she has options now, which she previously didn't have.
How do you feel she's improved? I mean, what has she done? Is it a mindset, or?
Well, Andrea was mentioning the forehand speed difference, and that's changed her mindset, I think, just to know that you've got a bit more of a weapon that's going to get you some free points, and that on the return games she can afford to go for a bit more. To be honest, it's a bit of everything, but it's also like chicken and the egg, isn't it? Is your game better because your mentality is improved, or vice versa? And Paolini says herself, she's like, well, it helps when you win a lot.
That solves everything.
Fifteen love.
Allez, respirez, on y va à fond. Allez, vers le haut et vers l'avant.
Allez, Claude.
Allez, t'es engagé au service.
Perfectly played.
30-15.
T'es prête derrière. Allez, on met des câbles.
Allez, Claude.
Bien les jambes, encore.
Game, Team France.
Bravo.
Team Italy leads by 4 games to 2.
And there is a resilience about Chloe Paquet. She's 30 years of age. She spent 5 years, the last 5 in the top 200, playing the lower tiers, winning quite a lot of matches, and then dipping a toe in the tour events. And I think probably torn between does she could play up? Does she stay where she is? Very hard to schedule at that ranking. Yet she's still out there. And a couple of years ago, she was a couple of spots off from breaking the top 100, and I'm sure that was the goal. She didn't do it, and she could have slipped back in her late 20s, but no, she did it last year. Oh, fantastic.
30-11.
Tieni alta intensità.
Now you can see here just the difference in positioning, how quickly Paolini goes up to that ball, finishes inside the baseline, whereas Paquet always a few meters behind the baseline, just being rushed by her opponent.
And that is in stark contrast to where Paolini played a lot of her junior tennis in the early years on tour. She was back behind the baseline. He needs some cheering up, doesn't he? Tough morning for him. She can do everything. Italy 1 game away now from taking this match.
Team Italy leads by 5 games to 2.
Something that Laura was talking about a little earlier in the match. I mean, before the Australian Open last year, she's never been beyond the second round of a Grand Slam. And I still go back to that match against Angelique Kerber when she was here last year. And I know you remember it pretty well, but I was sitting up here in the commentary box and she had won the first set and she started cramping in the second and went 4-1 down or something like that. And she had to be more aggressive. She didn't, I mean, she fell over. She couldn't stand up. We didn't think she was going to finish the match. And I wondered, and she had to start, she just started hitting winners all over the place. I wonder if that was the click moment, because she came back to win that set 7-5 against a great player. And you couldn't script that or plan for it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because for me it started even a bit earlier in Billie Jean King Cup. It was just a month before, prior to United Cup. And you could just sense that she wanted to do well for Italy. And so she did play more aggressive than she would usually do. And maybe plus that match against Angie Kerber, where she had to play more aggressive because of the cramping, it feels like all these things accumulating for her to get that mindset, get the confidence. Then the 4th round at the Australian Open, and all of a sudden everything started to click into place. And I will say, for players like Paolini, who have so much variety, sometimes it takes a while for them to know and have the instinct, when is it the right shot to play a drop shot? You know, when is it the time to come to the net? And I think it's not a coincidence that she peaked a little later, because she just has so much variety and options in her game.
Let for serve. Love 15.
Chloe Paquet is rather crumpled out here, hasn't she?
On.
come on, she needs a helping hand.
15-30.
Those are the ones you got to talk over.
In Germany, we have a saying that when you have bad luck, misfortune tends to accompany it. And that felt like it a little bit here.
And on the flip side, top players and champions tend to get the luck even when they don't need it. That's the way.
40-30.
That's a lovely combination.
News.
Great Tracy Austin, the world #1 Grand Slam champion, has a great word to describe Paolini today. And Tracy takes this, says this as a compliment. She's being very stingy. And that is not a derogative, that's praise.
Advantage, Team Italy.
Then a high tempo performance from the Italian #1. A chance to win the battle against France.
Game, set and match, Team Italy.
Paolini and Italy surge into the quarterfinals. A comprehensive victory from the Italian #1. 6-love, 6-2 in exactly 1 hour. And Forza Italia. It's a very good time, isn't it, to be a tennis player from her country. Wow. And Paolini underlining this great start to the season. What might be in front of her? Cannot wait to find out.
Yeah, another very solid performance from Jasmine Paolini. The notion of a hiccup at the beginning of the second set, but not even a full hiccup. So dominant. So just fun to watch, and that joy that she has for the game of tennis spreads to the audience. Very popular. Chloe Paquet. Tough goings for her here. Italy, huh?
Yes, you're right. We watch so much tennis, don't we? And if ever Jasmine Paolini comes up on my docket, I'm very happy to see her name there. And we love hearing from her as well. She's with Laura.
Jasmine, congratulations. Another straightforward win for you. I'd ask you what went well out there, but it seems like the answer is everything. Is that how you felt too?
Yes, today was a really good match for me. You know, it's not easy to play against her. She served very well. So I'm very happy about my performance. I'm happy that Flavio won an unbelievable match. And, you know, the atmosphere here, many Italians are here. So I want to thank everybody. It's amazing to play in this competition.
And yeah, Lots of Italians here. They were making a lot of noise. But it's 2 matches now and only 4 games that you lost. Your foot has not come off the accelerator. Is that something that you've been working on coming into this next season, knowing that actually every point counts and you can't give away any freebies?
I mean, we have just like 2 weeks, so not a really pre-season, but yeah, we try to, you know, match by match, add something on my game, mentally as well, and yeah, it worked well, these 2 last matches of the 2024. So I wish a happy new year to everybody who is here, because you really like tennis to be here on today. So happy new year, wish you health, happiness, and everything that you wish.
How lovely. Yes, happy new year, everyone. On that note, have you got any New Year's plans? What's the vibe tonight? Is there a little something that you've got going on in Team Italy?
We are in the hotel. I think the team of the United Cup organized something in the hotel. I will let you know the next day how it's going to be, but I think something, you know, not too, I don't know how to say it, like too loud or something like that.
So you won't be hungover tomorrow, is what you're saying?
We have to practice still, guys. We have the matches.
Well done, Jasmine. Team Italy are through. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and stay here because the mixed double is so fun.
She's great, isn't she? And what a way to wrap up 1 year before we go into the other. Get that feeling and that bounce going into 2025. She's like a sort of mobile sunbeam, isn't she? Spreading joy wherever she goes. And it's not, and I think she loves playing on a team. She seems a very unselfish, warm character.
Yeah, and every single interview she always mentions Flavio Cobolli, always mentions how well he played, how fantastic everything is going in the team, and I think you're spot on. I think she loves it. And we love watching her doing it.
She really has embraced the life she has now. And if you're going to play on this tour, you've got to love every aspect of it, because it's long and it's hard, and she seems to not mind the traveling, the hotels, the ups and the downs. As Renzo Furlan said right at the start, she loves playing tennis and she loves being a top player. And she's going to love these numbers.
She will love these numbers, and we saw it in the second set. A few more winners from Chloe Paquet. She really tried to make a push, but it was all Jasmine Paolini. Played another fantastic match. She's lost, what, 4 games here, if at all? So she's looking very good for the new year that begins very soon.
Paolini winning for Italy and her country, going through to the quarterfinals. And next up, as she reminded us, it's the mixed doubles.
Well, we're just about set for the players to walk out here onto Ken Rosewall Arena for the mixed doubles in the United Cup. It is Italy and France. Italy have got the job done. They've won their group and they have beaten France 2-0. But there's still pride at stake here for the mixed doubles. And here we go. The countdown is on.
It's time to introduce the players into Ken Rosewall Arena for this mixed doubles match at the United Cup. Please welcome from Team France, Edouard Roger-Vasselin and Alexandre Luchevia.
So the French duo make their way out. The Italians now ready.
And from Team Italy, Sara Errani and Andrea Vavassori.
And Todd Woodbridge in the commentary box alongside of me. Good afternoon, Laura. Laura Robson is with me.
Great day for Team Italy.
It's been a comeback of sorts. They needed to win one match in this tie to win their group. And that, of course, is Group D. And they got that done with Flavio Cabolo coming back.
It seemed unlikely.
From match point down against Ugo Humbert. A terrific encounter that was. Some fabulous tennis from Humbert, and then a gutsy fight back from the Italian to get the job done. That made a good start. Then we saw Jasmine Paolini in the women's singles just too good.
Completely dominate. Yeah, Team Italy were always likely to win that women's rubber, so the men's ended up being crucial for France. And you have to say that Team Italy probably the favourite in this mixed doubles as well.
Well, most definitely. We saw them play some terrific tennis in their first encounter, and they come in as the US Open champions. There's a lot of experience, but there's a lot of experience too from Edouard Roger-Vasselin, a major winner in men's doubles and multiple runners-up. He'll have some work to do with his more inexperienced partner, Alexandre Luchevia.
Hi guys, Gabriela with us for coin toss.
Listening to the coin toss here.
So please, at the end of a coin toss, stay with Gabriela for a photo towards Peter, and then one photo only for you, all right? Usual conditions, serve clock at the back of the court and at the side. Towel boxes and 2 volunteers bringing them, all right? But just on this side. Yeah, if captain presses a buzzer, you know what happens? Let's see what happens. And TV changeover, so please stay seated till announced time. I think that's about it. If you need anything or something's wrong, let me know. Any question, guys? Team France, John Newcomb or AO? AO, Gabriela. Receive? This side? Gabriela, stay with them.
So Maria Cicak in the chair for this one, and obligatory photo being taken of both teams as they make their way back to start the warm-up here in the mixed doubles. The mix has been a highlight of many of the matches. It's been the deciding factor, not to be in this one today, but it was for the Italians in the previous match.
Well, you know that they're going to go all out anyway. You know, Sara Errani's never entered a tennis court without going 100%. So they'll be looking to practice on a few things, given that they'll be teaming up in a few weeks' time at the AO and the mixed. And Errani, so much experience on her side of the court. And I think underrated in many ways, because you look at her and you think, oh, there's not a lot of pace there. There's not a lot of height either. But she's so crafty, and she gets all these lobs in that just drive you crazy.
Well, she's 37 years of age now, only 5'5", so we'll talk a fair bit about the serve and the ability to hold serve when you don't have a weapon at all in that department. But you talk about the lobs, there was some sensational lobbing in the previous match against Switzerland. Andrea Vavassori He's had some success over the last couple of years in men's doubles.
3 minutes.
Hails from Torino, 6'4", so you've got the tall and the short of it in the Italian duo here. And in some ways, we've talked about this when we were in commentating their last match, they actually gel really well together.
Really well. I think it's that height difference that almost helps them in a way, because Vavasori can be super active at the net. They do a lot of I formation where he's coming forward and really taking over. And he can control so much of that space because of the long levers. So France have a huge challenge today. Lashimia, she was solid in France's first mixed doubles. I wouldn't say that she's got a huge amount of pace to her game. She can be a crafty lefty when she has time, but it's going to be a struggle to find that time in this matchup. And her serve was an area that was her opponents were able to attack it. So yeah, she'll want to play a bit better than she did the other day. And Roger Vasselin will be trying to help out even more.
Well, Roger Vasselin now, the back end of his career, I think it would be fair to say, at 41 years of age, he's got the very best out of it. He's been on the tour for a long time, but when you take a look at what he's been able to achieve, he won a Roland Garros title, twice a runner-up at Wimbledon with Nicolas Mahut. He's been very successful on the grass courts, finalist at Queen's Club. The unfortunate part is that he's 0-4 in big finals on the grass, but you've still got to be good to make it into those rounds.
1 minute.
Yeah, he's super solid, Roger Vasselin. Very sweet that he's got his family with him this week. They've been able to go to the zoo. He's enjoyed showing them a bit of Australia.
He comes from a rich tennis family too. His father, Christophe, fine player, defeated Jimmy Connors at Roland Garros on his way to losing to the eventual champion, Yannick Noah, back in 1983 in the semi-finals. So it's from good stock. That's how he got his start in the game. And it's been a wonderful day of tennis. The men's singles in particular was a fine affair between Gaboli and Humbert to get the day started here in Sydney. Only one session, a day session, as we get through this. Everybody preparing for New Year's Eve. And if you're watching abroad, some of the most magnificent fireworks get displayed in Sydney tonight. It's quite interesting because our hotel is in the CBD, and part of the reason there's no night sessions is we've got to get back there before they go into lockdown.
We're going to be stranded. We need to be back by 6 p.m.
That's right. They close the city streets down and you can't get to your hotel. So we are we're on a deadline. You can walk, obviously, and there'll be well over 1 million people on the harbour foreshore tonight. Weather forecast is good.
Are you watching the fireworks tonight?
Well, I've got a...
You'd know a guy who knows a guy who can get you down to the harbour, surely.
Yeah, I've got a few of those in.
Yeah.
Just got to decide whether I'm old and young and fresh enough to stay up to midnight. Well, we're about to get underway, and Josh Eagle is courtside. Josh, before the Italians get out there ready to serve, how's things down there?
Oh, it's a relaxed atmosphere today, and as it should be. Last day of the season, last day of the year, and I just can't wait to watch Team Italy, and in particular, Sara Errani. She's moved into my top 3 favourite players of this month.
Wow.
She's in the top 3, and I'm loving her court craft.
Dare I ask, who else is in the top 3?
Yes, well, Jasmine Paolini has been #1 for a long period of this season, just due to her grit and determination and that massive infectious smile. I love watching Paolini just squeezing every bit of inch of her talent. And the third is Karolina Mukova. I just think she's just an incredible graceful tennis player to watch. So they're my top three. Surely you guys have top threes, or is it just me?
Well, I hadn't thought about it, to be
I
fair.
stay pretty neutral, actually, Josh.
No, you've got to have a top three in everything in life.
Okay.
Yep.
Good to know where you stand.
Yeah. Did you have 3 kids, or?
No, just one.
Andre Vavasori served very well in their previous mixed doubles match. And essential in a way that he does, in the way that this duo needs to click.
Yeah, I think if
13-15.
you would have heard us over the last few days, we probably sound quite negative about the I formation and how often people use it. But this team, I feel like they go all out all the time, and I'm totally fine with that. It just really depends on the partnership. And because they're so crafty when they're both forward,
14-15.
it makes complete sense for them both to be up with every serve.
Well, I used the word cherry picking in the previous mixed doubles because he serves so well, and Irani's got all sorts of options, and she just has that ability to cherry pick at net. So a nice opening service game for Italy. As we get set to get into this part. So this is Group D. The other country in this group was Switzerland. Italy defeated Switzerland 3-love. France just trying to work that out. France lost to Switzerland 2-1. So many groups to get your head around, and 6 group winners go through to the quarterfinals, and then the next best in the stats from Perth will join the quarters there, and then the 3 groups from Sydney join the quarters. I'm not sure how that's looking at the moment. Still a couple of matches to be played out in the other groups here in Sydney. Group B and Group F.
What we know for sure in Sydney is that France, Switzerland and Norway are eliminated.
There's a big match still to come in Group F, isn't there? Australia to take on Great Britain, and I was chatting with Alex Dimino on the Players Lounge just a couple of hours ago, and he said, why is it, did they deliberately want Katie and I to play against each other? He says, it seems like it's rigged. I said, I promise you it wasn't rigged. I was at the draw. I did the draw. It's just the way it fell a couple of times already. Argentina is the other member of Group F, and they've won 1, lost 1. Great Britain came through the mixed yesterday.
Yeah, we'll be getting out the calculator tomorrow if we need to decide who will come out of Group F. Off the top of my head, I think if Great Britain win 1 match in straight sets, then they're through.
That was awkward. Vavasori's a big unit at net and intimidating, and unable to control that let cord. I love 43 break. One saved.
15-14.
You're going to expect Nishimiya is going to be a target, isn't she, in this combination? Nowhere near the experience. 33 years of age and not a lot of WTA matches under her belt.
The highest ranking in singles was 343, but does have one WTA title in the doubles.
Game, Team Italy.
Quick break though. That WTA title was back in 2021 in Bogota.
2 games
Since then, has dropped off a good amount.
Well, here comes the interesting part.
Representing Team Italy, Sara Errani.
This is my favourite part.
Well, this is how do you find a way to hold your serve when you haven't got a lot of power and you have to craft everything possible.
That's how you hold your serve.
Josh, there wouldn't be many players better than absorbing a big first strike after the return than Sara Errani.
Yeah, and she's so relaxed about it. And you're right, that word absorb, because it comes back quickly because people have time, but she's just so relaxed and with beautiful soft hands at redirecting, whether it's a lob or a quality shot. Gee, she's impressive. Probably doesn't get the credit for what she's actually achieved in her incredible career, I feel.
Yeah, I was chatting to her courtside today during the men's singles, and yeah, we did a little live interview, and she's won the Golden Slam in women's doubles.
Final of French in singles. And just so into it, so competitive at the age of 37, just so up for the battle every time she steps on the court. And some might say, well, she has to be because of her game style, but I really admire it. Top 3 for me. Sara Errani. Whew.
You're really selling it.
No, get on board.
Good work in that from Nishimiya. That's not going to get the job done. So very quick start, 8 minutes in, and Team Italy ahead 3-love in the opening set.
Team Italy leads 3 games to.
Well, it's New Year's Eve, and Sydney is very famous as one of the first cities in the world to reach the new year, and the fireworks are a big part of that. There'll be over 1.5 million people around the foreshore of that picture there tonight. This is what it'll look like. It's breathtaking. And there'll be 2 parts to the fireworks, an earlier one around 9:30 for the kids, and then of course at midnight for the adults, if you like, or those kids that want to be able to stay awake. But over the years there's been a theme to the fireworks. They've celebrated diversity, unity, various cultural aspects. Not sure what the theme is for tonight, but it will be brilliant.
Find out later. I feel like the kids' fireworks, that timing's a bit of me.
Better time for you?
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Sara today. She was very, very vocal with Flavia Cobolli in the men's singles when it got to the crunch time in the second set and early in the third. She was the one doing the talking from the back row. Both coaches were just letting her give the info. And that comes, Josh, I think, to the experience that you were talking about.
Yeah, and it was interesting. I know I watched that interview. When you interviewed him post-match, he really was embracing that information and was very respectful of her standing in the game. And that's what you can see in the team hub here from Team Italy. We've seen it all week. They're just such a tight-knit unit, and they work so brilliantly together. And yeah, she's leading the way.
15 look. Fertile.
So almost close to getting on the board. Lashimia has some good, accurate serving. He's got a good net man in Roger Vasselin. He knows how to time the intercepts and be seen. That's one of the key things about somebody at net is getting the ability to move around enough to get the returner and the player at the back of the court take their eye off the ball. Put some doubt into where that return and the strike is going.
That's very nice.
Team France.
That's exactly what I'm talking about with the timing from Roger Vasselin. So they're on the board.
Team Italy leads 3 games to 1.
And you figure they've got to go for a fair few lines today, Team France, because both Italian players are so active at the net. Even Irani, she doesn't have the wingspan, but she makes herself visible and she really does like to cross.
First. $50.
And you can see Irani, she's not going to give a ball to Roger Vasselin unless it's absolutely the only option to keep a ball in play. Everything's going to go back to Lashimia. As it should in mixed in this scenario.
Portillo.
Quick hole to love for Vavasori and Italy well on top in this opening set. They lead 4 games to 1.
Team Italy leads 4 games to 1.
Bravi.
One of the great inclusions, I think, Laura, to the Olympic tennis event was throwing the mixed in there, giving another opportunity for a medal for countries. And we've seen some very good combinations come through to win there.
Yeah. These two didn't actually do so well in the Olympics, Irani and Vavasori, which is unexpected considering how well they've played since then. Irani, of course, won the women's doubles. But yeah, you just have to look at some of the teams in the mixed. I mean, it was so strong.
Yeah.
Zverev, Siegerman were the top seeds off the top of my head, and they lost first round.
Well, it can be one of those sports, when I say sports, events, Josh, where on any given day, there is no guarantee in mixed.
No, that's right, and I think a lot of it comes down to the female player. I've said this before, and I think it's important that the female player can absorb the pace of a male player, not be intimidated by not just the pace, but the spins that the player, the server, can create especially. So, yeah.
Well, I always had a theory when I was playing mixed. I chose a woman who served well and big, and often chose them that served bigger than me, because that wasn't hard. But
with the view of the importance and relevance of holding the female player,
holding that service game, because that's the one where you really target. And if you can hold on to that game, and you're more likely to hold on to the man serve, you've really got the upper hand.
And that's what makes this Italian team with Irani's serve and with their success even more impressive, because of the challenges that she does face to hold serve. So, yeah, I think you're right, Todd. No doubt about it. And Laura, I know, of course, you had great success making a big run there at the Olympics, getting a silver medal with Andy Murray. But even having a left and right-handed combination, those types of nuances count a lot in mixed doubles, I think. Wouldn't have been too bad playing with Andy Murray.
Yeah.
At Wimbledon for
I feel like he'd play well with just about anyone. So.
How was it?
Very good. I just listened to what he said.
Did what you were told?
Yeah.
Was there much moaning going on? I mean, complaining from Andy?
Not at all. No. In doubles, I don't think you really ever see that from him as well, because he knows he can't afford to bring the energy down.
Great doubles player. You know, he had some big Davis Cup matches with his brother Jamie. They were awesome.
Game, Team France.
Good pick up on the half volley, and a much better hold for Edouard Roger-Vasily.
Team Italy
So here's
leads
the moment in the set that we're talking
4-2.
about. This is the game that the French have to really focus hard on, and part of the key is winning the first point. So Lashimia has a good job to do here. She must make return, and that will build a very different pressure for Irani. Wonderful. There's one of those lobs, Laura.
15.
Put in
It's
an
just so
awkward
clever.
position.
But even the first volley that she plays, it's just placed in a really good part of the court. I mean, that's very simple, but a lot of players don't do it.
I'm sure she would have. I don't know her journey as a youngster, but I get the feeling she would have been really well coached. Really has such a good understanding of her game, and probably, given her size, would have worked very hard at strategizing from a young age. We talk about the great players who self-coach themselves or problem-solve on court. But she's certainly right up there in that category.
Yeah, she understands the geometry of the court and what angles and percentages come from where you hit a ball to be able to win the point or stay in the point.
And she's had the same coach since she was 16.
That's rare.
He knew Vavasori was going to go.
30.
Irani had run out of options. She'd already gone for the lob. not want to be sitting in a baseline rally.
Great escape once again from the Italians.
40-13.
How was that defensive lob? Oh, just to get back in it.
Yeah, just such a... Yeah, a lot of the younger generation, because they can hit winners from anywhere in the court, they've grown up with the technology to be able to do that. That's not the case with Irani. Her defensive skills are what always impress me. Soft hands, end of range, can flip a lob up.
Just drags it wide.
First one I've seen her miss this week.
Yes, they setting point.
So, first deciding point of the match. And in this case, it's Irani's serve, so female to female. Break point, game point.
Game, Team Italy.
Solid from Irani, good
New
first
ball,
serve,
please.
and they hang on to that breaker serve. It is Team Italy,
leads
5-2.
5 games to 2.
Good.
Dai, sorry. Bene, bene.
L'homme grave, Rani du fond, dès qu'il y a un échange, elle passe par au-dessus.
Il a quasiment la deuxième frame frappe. Ouais.
Time.
Well, the United Cup. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Quarter-final stage, not far away. Quarter-finals for Italy, having won their group here today. And they're trying to go for the clean sweep. Got the first 2 singles under the belt. Got a 5-2 lead here in the mixed doubles. And plenty of support today. The crowd were very vocal a little earlier. Nishimiya serving 2-5. Nice little bit of hand work at net from Roger Vaslin. Well, when you talk about support, young Matteo, he's not too interested in how Dad's playing there at the moment. That's Edward's kids there. Matteo, his daughter Lou, his wife Marin in the front row. She's more focused. So I've seen Dad play enough.
Get us back to Taronga Zoo.
Yes.
Away from the
Can't we
courts,
get down
please.
to Bondi?
How about an ice cream?
Yeah.
It's warm down here, guys. How's it up there? I know you both have sat down here, but today's actually...
It's really humid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's warm down here, under the roof especially.
Game, Team France.
So another comfortable hole from the Shimia. Just the bad start has burnt them here.
Team Italy leads 5 games to 3.
But that, Todd, you talk about the start, and that's, again, like, it's well thought out from Team Italy. This hasn't happened by luck. They come out with big energy, and they know they need to try and get a good start just to try and cover up the Irani serve, and that's what they've done these last couple of matches, which is, you know, they leave nothing to chance, and that's what I love about them.
Next thing you know, Vavasori's going to be in your ATP top 3, Josh.
No, I stick to the females. I don't have a top 3 in men's. It's always been the ladies. It used to change quite frequently when I was coaching Sam Stosur each week, depending on results. It would change pretty regularly.
Fair weather fan.
Yeah.
I suppose Barbara Schett's still quite high in the top 3, is she?
Occasionally.
All-time #1.
Occasionally, depending on how her behaviour levels are.
For those of you who are not aware, that of course is Josh's wife. Well, easy hold and a very impressive first set once again from Team Italy. Irani Vavasori take it 6 games to 3 in 27 minutes.
Wow, the stats are going to be pretty one-sided. And if only Lashimia and Roger Vassilan could have had more first serves in play, because behind that they were very solid, but Irani Vavasori took control of just about everything else. And that sudden death juice point really does make a difference in the mixed doubles.
Well, in Italy in their previous match they were around 80% in that department.
Yeah.
I think there was 7 and it went 5 and 2. But they won all the key ones too early on to set the pressure up. And some of the highlights here, and this is some of the key things we're talking about, is the placement and the gelling of the Italians. So
you can really tell that they've played a fair amount together now. They just have that awareness of where the other is, positioning-wise.
Well, that was the set point. Well, I was trying to think about my top 3. I was doing a dual top 3.
Men and women.
Yeah, I've got Carlos Alcaraz in there. I love watching him play.
An obvious choice.
Yeah, but also because of the skill set of what he brings, the power, the speed, the transition moving forward. I'm going to throw Barbora Krejcikova in there because I really like...
That's obvious.
Time.
Because, I like the variety that she brings.
Second set.
Champion, French champion, multiple Grand Slams
Team
in dubs. And then I'm going to throw
France,
Alex de Minaur in there because I just love his attitude. I just love what he gets out of his game and the way he goes about it.
Good. That's good. Top 3. Skill, attitude.
You can tell I'm...
Flair.
Yeah, I'm not going for, brute force power.
No, it's very individualised, and I can't wait to hear Laura's.
Put me on the spot, why don't you?
You think about it. We'll give you another game or 2.
No, I think I'm ready. I'm going to go Diana Schneider.
Oh, good.
Lefty. You know I love a lefty.
currently sitting at 13 in the world. She's going to crack the top 10 this year.
You like her flair?
I like her flair. She's just got such... I'm going to call it, she's got a horrible spin to deal with because
15.
she is such a lefty that it just chops off the court. So considering I'm sticking with that theme, I'm going to go Jack Draper in there as well.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Big year in 24 from him.
Shame he's not here.
Another one sitting at 15 in the world, not a huge amount to defend until around the grass. Chances there, big chances.
Can't wait for number 3.
30-50.
Gets a little trickier to go through, doesn't it?
She's going through the
rankings.
the rankings.
Well, that's not a standout for me.
Well, you can have a top 2.
Touch.
Assuming just getting in the way really on that one. That ball wasn't hers. She wasn't anywhere near it.
I'm going to say Madison Keys because I just went to her wedding.
Oh, it's good. That's, yeah, like it.
Well done there. I would have picked Madison too if I got an invite.
40-13.
I'd say maybe next wedding, but hopefully there
No,
won't be one.
I don't want that to happen, no. Let's not put that on it.
We'll check back in towards the end of the Australian Open and see what these top 3s, if they change each week. You've got to come out with a new top 3.
Yeah.
Game, Team France.
So much better start to set number 2 for
First game,
Team
second
France. A hold of serve for Roger Vasselin.
Yeah, this is what they did in their match against Switzerland. They got hit off the court in the opening set and played a very good second set. So let's hope that they can just stick around on the scoreboard and create a bit of pressure. Todd, did you organise the playlist, the music playlist? This is you. Oh, goodness.
Well, get them up out of the seats.
I had an interview with Carlos Alcaraz last Aussie Open, and they'd played this towards the end of the match, and he was nodding along, and so I asked him after the match, do you even know the song? And he said no, of course not.
Too young.
Too young. That's scary, isn't it?
Ooh, they've got a bit of techno fun to it.
It's New Year's Eve.
It's a very festive feel down here as it is in the city today. Big day, Sydney, one of the iconic places where they do bring in the new year. What do you think the players will get up to?
There is an official player party actually tonight at the hotel that they've set up, and the invitation mentions some feature food, whatever that means.
Okay.
Let's.
A couple of shrimps on the barbie, snag or two. Bit of Sydney rock oyster.
Oof. I'll go down a treat. Oh, well done.
And we're talking a little bit about this in the mix yesterday. See the serving placement accuracy. It's in a spot to set up the opportunity for the net person to get the volley the whole time. So really smart serving of knowing where you can hit from one particular angle. And if the opponent can come up with the one that you're, trying to that they like least, or that you're trying to not get them to hit, too good. That. But I think Vavasori really the same as what we were talking about with Irani, understanding the angles and the dimensions of the court. He does that very well too.
Yeah, he's hitting the ball, isn't he, to the part of the court where he knows it's least likely he's going to get hurt.
Exactly. Another example there, wonderful jamming second serve. And another cherry picking forehand net for Sara Rani.
But they keep it simple. It's not overcomplicated doubles.
Nope.
Team France are going to try and copy and paste.
Could be a bit disappointed. Ugo Humbert, he had match point today against Cavoli and capitulated after he didn't get the job done in the second set.
He's currently on the team iPad, which has all the stats and explainers. Serve speed, serve placement.
Maybe he's looking at it from his match.
Maybe.
Yeah, you can just see that his coach there, Fabrice Martin, they've been at it for the last 10 minutes, analysing. I'm sure it's where they can learn, improve.
You don't think they're doing it for the mixed?
I certainly don't think they're watching Netflix. He's a great talent, Ugo Humbert. I expect good things this coming year, and I think we have been for a few years. That sort of big break out in a slam, possibly.
Pity.
Oh, made it.
He apologises because he really didn't have a lot of control over it. But, you know, when you talk about shot placements and geometry and all that, not a great idea to just go straight at the big fella at net. I don't
Who's
think.
so close to the net that he barely has to touch it for it to sneak over.
Game Team France.
And it's a hold to serve for Lashimia, and France stay in front in the second on serve. Italy took the first.
Team France leads 2-2.
We're talking about young Matteo wanted to get down to Bondi. Well, that's what Sydney's famous for. When you live in this city, swimming is a big part of it. Over 100 beaches along the coastline of the Greater Sydney area. Plus, you put in all of those incredible saltwater pools on the edge of the rocks around some of those famous beaches. It is the place to be. I grew up on the southern suburbs. That's Bondi Icebergs right there, but that one there is Watamolla Beach in the Royal National Park, south of Sydney. I grew up down south of Cronulla, Coogee. And
what's your favourite?
Well, I'd probably go with the beaches I grew up, which was Cronulla, Wanda Beach, and Coogee's more on the eastern suburbs. That leads a wonderful walking trail from Coogee through to Bondi Beach. If you haven't done that, I actually recommend you do it. It's
I have
superb.
done it, and I plan on doing it again at some point this year.
I usually do it at least once every time I come to Sydney.
Time.
So France first up, out, and certainly settled in now. They have, Lashimia seems a lot more comfortable in the first couple of games, so the Italians have got their work cut out here. This is Sarah Rani coming out to serve, and this will be that game that the French really need to try to focus in on. Been a lot of holds to love. The only one that's really had a bit of a trouble is Irani. She won the 7th game on a deciding point, but 7 love games on serve.
Love 15.
Ooh, 7mm wide. Well, anytime you can get the Irani service game to a 30 all, or at least get her thinking about the second serve, you're going to be in a good place. That's where you can see it break down, the double faults creep in, that ball toss gets a bit hectic. And that was a chance.
30-50.
I think you've just got to be a little more patient. I think because of the lack of speed, too many players just try and do too much too quickly in the rally. There's nothing wrong with just making that return and waiting for your opportunity. And that's what's hurt Lashimia today. She's just tried to sort of belt it and then come in and just hasn't quite executed as well as she needs to.
Probably a better point, like you were describing there, from Roger Vasselin.
20-25 ball, ready to go. Where's this year gone? Oh!
Deary me.
14-13.
Needed to close down the net. Waited for it to drop, and that would have been a very playable first volley.
Well, this was a great reflex to get back in here, and then I'm not sure what happened. Swing and a miss. So Rani hangs on, as she so often does on serve.
2 games.
You've got to be careful that you don't get frustrated, because that's the game that you really feel like, yeah, we should have won that one. And you don't, and then you start to really overplay.
Feed killer. Killer. Fortilla.
Well, this is a tight affair now. It is 3-2 on serve. France lead.
Team France
Italy
leads.
won the first. We'll be
3 games
back
to
in just a moment to Ken Rosewall Arena. Some of our teams will have left and taken a short break, but we're still here in the comms box in 2025 around the corner. Any resolutions out there? Josh?
Just to keep living my best life. That's what I do well. No change. I'll just keep cruising.
Laura?
I wanna cook more. That's my 2025 New Year's
You wanna what?
resolution.
Cook.
I wanna cook more at home.
Cook?
Yeah.
Well, Todd, you can't be any busier.
No, I can't be busier. Just it's been a good year. So if my whole family has had a great year, and if we could replicate that, that would be wonderful.
So the resolution is more of the same.
More of the same, yeah.
Much like Josh, just living your best life.
That's right.
Yeah, I want to give away more jackpots.
I'll ask the players in the post-match, see what their New Year's resolutions are.
That'd be great. That'd be good.
Time.
So the final moments for Team France at this year's United Cup. They'd like to walk away with a point at least here in this match. No victories overall in any of the ties that they've played. They lost 2-1 to Switzerland. And so from here it'll be on to either Adelaide or Melbourne. Adelaide International on in the coming week, and of course Australian Open qualifying not far away.
Lots of great matches in Brisbane happening as we speak. Not that you should look away from the mixed doubles, but Sabalenka currently on court, up a set and a break, looking to get her season started as the world #1.
Well, Alexander Lishimia being targeted there by Vavasori down love 15. He wasn't giving anything in the direction of Roger Vasselin. Well, it was well played up until the backhand volley. She has a little bit of trouble at the backhand volley, doesn't she? It doesn't look like she's quite strong enough to go with that single-hander.
Gets it a little late. Just needs, I mean, if she could just get it, 30, 15 centimetres even further out in front, and when you catch it late, you don't have full strength on that shot, even with the grip.
I take it you wouldn't have a problem if someone kept the other hand on the racket
Well,
for
I
a
think
double-handed volley.
I mean, it's not ideal, but until he gets strong enough, it's, I think, essential, really, isn't it? And she needs that little bit more stability on that side just to be able to get their strength. Because she's just missed a few where it doesn't seem like she's got enough of punch through the ball. You can see the difference between her and Sarah Rani. I mean, Sarah's a two-handed backhand, doesn't hit a lot of slice backhands, but she does have the ability to hold firm with that backhand. She doesn't really take the racket head through and punch it out, but she's strong enough to keep a nice little bit of speed on the ball.
She keeps it compact.
Yes.
Game, Team Italy.
So back on serve. Vavasori. Little tighter game for him, though.
Well, Hashimi has actually done a fantastic job of cruising through some of her own service games.
Well, she says the serve's a favourite shot. She also says she likes biking, gardening, board games and vegetarian cuisine.
Rajavaslan picked the right side. Irani maybe could have just held that backhand a split second longer until he went one way or the other.
Nice little bit of pop on that one. 161 down the tee, catches the line. Picks up a little bit of speed off the line because it's usually smoother and skids through. Never liked being aced by the lady, Laura.
I liked doing it.
Yeah. Another big serve.
40 love.
Actually, he made that one, but Josh Vavasori has actually struggled with the slow swinging left-handed serve to the backhand. He doesn't take that one on so well.
No, he likes it when the ball's coming onto him with pace as a single-hander, and it's unusual a single-hander playing that ad court returns as well as he does, but he does like the pace. So this is smart serving, I would say, from Lashimia.
40-13.
She manages to get the hold to serve, so Team France go ahead 4-3 on serve. No break points thus far in the second set.
T'as un petit coup de mou?
Bonne nuit. Franchement, ça serait mérité. Un petit massage? Tu fais mal? Ah, je le faisais bien tout à l'heure, comme ça. Ouais, je le faisais bien. Tout à l'heure, t'étais bien, toi. avait les jambes et toi quand tu faisais la nuque. Allez, on la wreck là. Ouais. Allez, les gars.
Time.
So here comes an important game for Team Italy, the Irani service game. She's been able to fend them all off to this point. She's got new balls here.
Yeah.
In the case of Irani, I think actually new balls are
worse.
Yes. They're more of a detriment than they are a positive.
Well, it gives the returner a bit more to work with, basically. You
Like
see
that
how she
there.
connected with that one.
Yeah, it's hard to
'Cause
defend it off.
It's not as if she's got a serve that's all of a sudden going to be pacey with the new balls.
Let's. Pass up.
Oh. He was doing everything he could to help, and
15.
he really just fends that one off and got lucky again with a fair bit of frame.
Yeah, but what I do like Todd and Laura is his commitment. He's obviously made that up in his mind that he's just charging across, and he does it very well. He's athletic. He moves well around that net, moves forward.
Third save, 15.
And even though he's moving across the court, it's still very hard to try and pass him line, because he does at least keep that 1 foot in the half that he starts in, and then with his reach, he's got a lot covered there.
And I'll pose the question to you too, Todd. You're on the forehand court. Laura, you're on the backhand side. What sort of return would you play against this serve, Todd? Would it be a little chip lob and come in?
Yeah, I would use that quite a bit.
I would have thought you would have.
Yeah, particularly if I know that Vavasori is leaning to the middle, and then get in that position. He's tough to lob though. He's 6'5", I think, Vavasori, or they're close to it.
4 games.
Laura, what's your return?
I didn't have a chip lob in my repertoire.
You just rip it.
I would just be ripping it line. The faster, the better.
I love it.
Lean in, rip,
Well,
and rip.
Close your eyes.
It's a good combination, finesse and power.
Yeah, that's the gel that's required. 4 all. Nice work.
Love the reaction from Vavasori.
30-15.
Team France have done a good job of getting that ball to Vavasori's backhand, or serving nearly every ball there, just to try and, I think, break that side down a little bit. When he gets time and gets on the forehand, he's pretty deadly. Backhand, not so.
Lob effective that time for Roger Vasselin, and France hold comfortably. So
Team France leads.
when we come back after this
5
break,
games.
it will be Team Italy serving to stay in the set at 5-4. Well, we've visited some of the iconic beaches and swimming spots around Sydney Harbour, and this is the Taronga Zoo. Was established back in 1916. There's over 5,000 animals, some 350 species that you can go and take a look at. And some of the enclosures there are absolutely beautiful. Over time, they've created a really great space for a lot of these animals. There's a great little thing you can do there, Laura and Josh. You can go do the roar and snore, where you can stay overnight on the zoo grounds, which is quite interesting apparently, as the lions go off and all the animals make their noises in the middle of the night, keep you awake.
Is that just at Taronga Zoo?
Well, I believe so. I don't know any other zoos in Australia that do it. Well, you mean the snore bit? Or?
Yeah.
So I got it. I got it eventually. Yeah, you can get that bit of my room.
I'm about to search this. I want to see what the room looks like.
Good. It's a good day trip there. Taronga Zoo. You get the ferry
it's a
from
beautiful view.
Yeah, you should
I was
try it.
listening actually to Leighton Hewitt to a little interview earlier on the coverage about you know, the iconic Sydney Harbour, and he was doing a piece in front of the Opera House. He says, "Oh, because I got married at the Opera House and went to that wedding, and got married there, and he had the reception actually at Taronga Zoo following in that." So we all took ferries over to the zoo. It was quite the wedding, that one.
You'd love a good wedding.
That's a big budget.
It was a big budget. It was a big budget. Yeah, that's a good movie, that Wedding Singer. I like that.
15.
So Vavasori serving to stay in this set for Team Italy. Well, no one on the return side of things is able to build any pressure here at the moment.
Hold low.
Part of the reason why. Good quality serving from both ends.
Game, Team Italy.
So a quick love game, level at 5-all. So to put pressure on, I mean, the key, we're talking about what side you might play before earlier, Josh. I was obviously a first court player predominantly throughout my career. My job, I always saw it, was to win that first point. So the first part of that equation is to make a return, get the ball into play so that you can work on winning it. So percentage returns are so important from this part of the court. does her job perfectly.
Yeah, as a returner on the ad court, or if you're returning and you do win that first point and you're at love 15, you always feel like you're a chance of breaking, and it does put a lot of stress, particularly on a no-ad scoring system now in the mixed doubles. So that first point's massive.
They're clearly looking to create a few more chances for themselves in this game. Team Italy there with the return, the chip return. They both wanted that first volley so badly.
Well played from the Italians.
15-13.
See that shot there from Irani, just perfect. She puts it into a place where Shimia can't do much with it. They get their net position, so the odds of them winning that point went from, you know, somewhere around 50-50 or all the way to 90-10. 15-30.
Out of nowhere. Just in time for Paolini.
And that beautiful smile.
Gonna start creeping her out, Josh.
No. You don't get in there with your smile. It's her game style. She's been so dominant this week. Barely dropped games.
And there's the break. Some good lobbing returns that Josh Eagle mentioned just a few minutes ago come to the fore, and Team Italy will serve for the match at 6-5 in the second.
I had a look at the roar and snore. You actually could have done it on New Year's Eve.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that would be an unbelievable view.
Animals will be up with the
fireworks, yeah.
That would be quite interesting, actually, because the zookeepers would have to probably put a few of them away.
A couple of melatonins.
Yeah, put them away for the night so that they don't get rattled by the noise, because it's loud all across the harbour.
Però 1-3 o 2-4?
Time.
Però decidiamo domani, dai.
So here we are. Sara Rani serving for the clean sweep for Italy against France.
Love 15.
No guarantees, though, of serving it out.
Well, even the fact that they've won the tie, they've already qualified, Irani still gets a little tight closing it out on their own serve. We saw that in the last match against Switzerland too.
Fifteen, 13.
Allez, Doud, allez.
Viens, on fait le jeu là.
Fifteen, 14.
So certainly not over yet. 3 break-back points, 2, and then you've got the deciding point also. Anyone required, so it's going to be a tie-break in the end. Until anybody's set here, Josh.
Certainly is. And that's the beauty of this format in the mixed doubles, isn't it? You can really be down and out, but if you've lost the first set, you just do everything you can to hang in, and you get this tie-break, then it's a match tie-break. We saw an incredible match tie-break last night. Kasper Ruud leading the way for Team Norway up against Iga Swiatek with Team Poland. It was an absolute cracker. And as you guys know, it's very likely that the United Cup will be decided in the mixed doubles, and that's the beauty of this event.
Team Italy.
Good hands, good feel, a little bit of luck for both teams.
2-0.
So it could have put the match to bed right there and then with that overhead. Edouard was in major trouble with his core positioning here. This is the one. Whoops.
A wise choice to duck.
As they did to open the
Team
match.
Italy.
They race away quickly in this tiebreak. They got to a 3-love lead in 8 minutes in that first set.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team France is requesting a timeout.
Oh, we've got the timeout.
I do feel with this buzzer, there needs to be like a flame or something that goes up when they press it.
Oh, that's easy to organise.
I'm not asking for much.
So good. That's it. I call it an invention. It's not an invention, but
he's got the ice on the back of his neck.
A new innovation here to be able to put the time out. I think it's quite a good idea. I really like it, but it's got to be done on both ends of the court. It can be done at any time, not just on when you're about to serve. That doesn't seem a little pointless. So hopefully the two tours will agree that if you're going to make some innovation, you do it in its entirety. Do it properly. Do it in full.
Well, this is year 1. Next year, who knows?
So does it change the momentum here? 3-love for Italy.
Look at Vapasori.
Team Italy.
The return was good. The second one didn't need to be so big, did it?
Got overexcited. He finally got a forehand return.
What was the momentum shift of the timeout?
Team Italy.
Je le retente là.
So return just way too high.
Was that another one?
Oh, so the Italians have taken theirs, or?
No, I think it was
someone pressed it by accident.
Yep.
It's Team France's button that have gone off and they've already used it.
Cancel timeout, please. Thank you.
I like that we got the dramatic music again.
Là, on a gagné le match.
Oh no, he sat on it. Rookie error.
Yeah, that's a good cross. He didn't really leave. He's just so big. He was able to lunge and grab that one because it wasn't hit hard enough.
Italy.
4-2 as they change ends after the first 6 points. So here's what happened last time.
Oh, he's realised it.
Well,
a bit embarrassed.
Didn't really own up to it either.
No, I think they were looking for another little bit of timeout just to halt the momentum again. He was being a little cheeky there, wasn't he?
Mais il devrait annuler le buzzer s'il en a qu'un.
We can't afford a simple miss like that. If that's that score.
Team Italy.
Yeah, it is again the great hands and the volley lob of Sara Errani thrown in the mix there to break that point up.
6-2, Team Italy.
And that was a great smash. No stage of Vavasori did he take his eye off that ball. He let it bounce. He just kept his eye on that ball, and that was a brilliant bounce smash.
Well, we're at match point, 4 of them for Team Italy.
Placed the volley, Vavasori.
6-3, Team Italy.
Well, he's still got the 3 match points up his sleeve, 2 of them on his serve, and he served very well.
Lights. First set.
And there it is. Italy with a 3-love victory over France.
Well, they were the favourites heading into the match, and unsurprisingly coming through that one. Had a much tougher second set on their hands though, and Errani will be very glad that she didn't have to worry about her own serve too much in that tiebreak. Team France could have been off to such a good start today if Umber had just been able to get over the line in the singles, with Italy now 6-0 in their group. Absolute domination.
Well, they're one of the favourites, no doubt about that. Probably the other favourite, heavy favourite sitting over in Perth at the moment is Team USA. And they are through in Group A. They're currently taking on Croatia. Taylor Fritz winning the first of the singles matches over there. And Coco Gauff just taking the first set off Donna Vekic. So the Americans strong, 2 top 10 singles players, makes it tough. Plus they've got plenty of strength in the mixed as well. But Italy equally as strong. Jasmine Paolini and Flavio Cobolli is on the rise, 22 years of age, just outside the top 30 in the world. He played well today, survived the match point against Hugo Humbert. To get the job done, Italy only needed 1 match win today to be able to win their group, so they had it done easily, so no pressure on that mix, but of course you want to win, don't you?
Oh, definitely, and you just saw how pumped they were. They wanted it too.
Well, Josh Eagles been courtside, and now he's got the victors with him.
Congratulations, guys, once again. I thought that win was set up from a really strong start. You got out of the gates really quickly again today.
Was a really tough match. We couldn't break, and then when we broke, we lost my serve, so it was not easy, but we are happy, of course, with our game.
And not just your game, but your whole team has been simply incredible all week long.
Yeah, I think today was an amazing performance by Flavio, a very tough match against an amazing player. So when you start with a win, everything is easier, but Jasmine is playing unbelievable, so I think we are a very solid team, a very solid formation, and we have a great relationship, so it's very nice to start the year with these guys.
And you're safely through to the quarterfinal stage, of course, without dropping any matches. What will the team do tonight to celebrate the new year?
I don't know, the boys will decide what to do, so we will see what they will say.
You're the captain, surely. I've seen you cheering, you're giving advice. I think you're the captain of this whole team.
No, I'm not the captain. I try. I love tennis, so I like to see the matches, to see how they go, and try to help when I can.
And guys, any New Year's resolutions? I know it's the New Year tomorrow. Any New Year's resolutions for you guys? What you're wishing for in the new year?
What we expect for the new year? I think last year I made the final in doubles with Simone here, so hoping to do better than last year. But I think Italian tennis in this moment is living a dream, no? So it's very nice to stay all the tournaments with these guys. Men's and women's are have a very great relationship, as I said. So I think everyone can do good because everyone is pushing each other to do better. So it's very nice. I very like this competition. I think United Cup is the best way to start the year. I did also the final with another team 2 years ago in Sydney. So we'll see, and hoping to get to the final also here.
Well, you guys are doing so well. Keep living the dream. Congratulations, Italy, safely through to the quarterfinals. Happy New Year.
Nice work, Josh. I'm just trying to look up what resolution in Italian is.
If you just say it with a bit of an Italian flair and a hand movement, that they would have got it. Josh just didn't commit enough. And they go for the team selfie now. Get the socials firing. No, Team Italy, when you think about it, they're going to be tough to beat over the next week. You know, they're such a strong mixed doubles pair. You've got to back Paolini in a lot of the women's singles matches.
That's a very cool shot, that one. It'll go through all the socials. Without doubt, the United Cup will be getting that one up quickly. So they're through. Very good day's play today. Only the one session here on Ken Rosewall Arena as we get set to bring in the new year. And this was the match summary there. First serve percentages. Look how high they were for 2 sets for Irani and Vavasori. You kind of expect that a little bit. You know, Sarah's going to throw in a lot of first serves at a mediocre pace, but Vavasori, he served very well once again.
Well, I think you just have to look at how few breakpoints Team France were able to generate for themselves, and the fact that Irani still wins the majority of her service games, given how soft her second serves can be. Yeah, it just shows how sharp they are at the net and how accurate they are with their placement.
Well, these were the scorelines today. Flavia Caboli coming back from a match point in that second set. Hugo Humbert serving for it, and then he lost his way, and Caboli coming through 6-2 in the third set. Jasmine Paolini just too good for Paquet, Love and 2, and then we've just witnessed the mixed double. So all in all, big day for Italy, 3-0 through to the quarterfinals, and they'll hope to continue with their run here in Sydney as we take a look at the group standings here. So Group D, Italy have gone through, and Group B
and F still to play for. Czech, the favourite, all to play for between Australia and Great Britain tomorrow.
And so that is what we've got to look forward to here in Sydney. Very happy New Year to everybody this evening, to our crew as well, and to all of the viewers at home. We look forward to having your company once again when we get the 2025 year underway.
wasn't.